We got a lot of people coming in here now. Let's see what we got. 27. That's pretty decent. Okay. We'll do our. I wanted to go over a few things. Where's my little study sheet here? Okay. I wanted to. Why don't we do a quick value and a quick color thing? So let's see now. I'm going to put this over in the corner here. For value now, I kind of don't like, he's dead center. And we got this line going in the center, which is kind of giving us two different paintings. So what I'll do is maybe, maybe switch the man over to here. And if you'll notice, the man fits into kind of a pyramid, like that. Something there. And so does the jacket, kind of fits into a little pyramid. So maybe we'll take this thing, and instead of dropping it right down on his head like the picture is, maybe I'll put that over here. Or maybe we just leave it out. I mean, gosh, it's such a big deal. I think we just leave it out. Going back to the old adage, right? When in doubt, leave it out. That's the way it works in painting. And what we could do is we could cast a shadow down or something like that down in here or something. We'll see. I mean, there could very well be a tree with some shadows coming down. I like that idea. We could even pull it down behind us. See, I just come up with these on the fly. I really didn't think of that. Better make sure, is everybody, I am recording, good. So I have to check out all these things. Okay, nobody's trying to contact me. Not that I know of, you see. Oh. I'm sorry, it says, Kristen just contacted me. It says, that the watercolor and studio at night are online only. Yeah, the workshop is hybrid, okay? For the time being. So until we hear different. Just got that back. But I have to keep my eye on the emails. Occasionally I get people who are like, I can't contact you. Okay. All right. We're back in business now. Okay. So something like that. Now, I'm just going to really just quick, and then I'm not going to really go into detail on the guy's face. I'm just going to kind of an arm, some hands. And this is all I do for a quick comp, just something like that. Got a little something there. You'd be surprised what you can do with shadows. Really make a piece. Okay, and that's all. That's all. Maybe something in the background. Yeah, linking it. And so the aluminum really just picks up colors that are around it. So if you notice, the bottom of the aluminum is kind of warm because it's picking up the color of the cement. And then it gets bluer, probably some sky in that. So I'm just going to throw some blue-ish. Oh, why am I going? Well, we'll just do a color and value at the same time. I wasn't really planning on doing that, but I'm going to show you why though, because I do have a lot to go over. We need to make sure we're muted, okay, everybody? All right. And we kind of have this grayish orange on the bottom. So just get an orange, which is red and yellow. Didn't really matter which one. And add a little bit of blue to it. That's a little dark. I know mine'll probably be a little bit lighter. And then I'll throw a little bit up into here. Not that I don't really care about making the aluminum look like aluminum, honestly. You could just be lost into a beautiful color texture in the background. All right. He's got a lot of blue, dark blue on him, so a little. Let's just start off with the Prussian. I think I need to add some ultramarine to that as well. I'm glad she got back to me about that. I was confused, and it starts on Monday, my watercolor class. That's the basics of watercolor, if you guys didn't know that, at Creative Arts Group. It's a lot more basic. Well, I get pretty basic in here. Yeah, it's a lot more basic than this, though, because we go over color theory, value, like I just take a day and actually we just work on just value. We do value scales and all that.
What course is this you're talking about, and where is it? How do you sign up for it?
Creative Arts Group. It's the Creative Arts Group in Sierra Madre.
Okay, so if you don't live in Sierra Madre, can you take it there?
Yeah.
Online?
Yeah, it's going to be taught online.
And how do you sign up for that?
You know, maybe the easiest way, I mean, you can just go to their webpage, which is, I don't know, like creativeartsgroup.com or something. But I don't know what it is. It's in Sierra Madre. But if you call them, just call up, it's Creative Arts Group in Sierra Madre. Okay. I don't know the number offhand. They'll get to you.
It's a really good class.
Yeah, it's a. I would suggest if you're wanting some basics.
Mm-hmm. That's what I want.
Yeah, I mean, I can even. Gosh, you know what?
The time is it?
It's 9:30 to 12 on Monday mornings. The phone number is 626 355 8350. That's Creative Arts Group in Sierra Madre.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you know what the fee is and how many weeks?
This is only an 8-week. This is an 8-week course.
Wow.
And because
it's only 8 weeks this time.
It's a shorter schedule because of, anyway, whatever. Yeah, and they'll tell you the fee.
Okay.
It's very reasonable.
I go over like this. We do a color wheel on here. And then we do, let's see. We do value. It's in here somewhere. That was another class. We do value. We do value scales. Anyway, it's in here somewhere. Anyway, yeah, we do the whole thing: value, scale, color,
Composition.
I wasn't prepared for that. Yeah, composition.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good class.
Things like we just talked about with this. So instead of having the man dead center, I moved him over. So like a lot of people might put the man sitting right, like the line of where the man is in the center here. And maybe that red thing, dead center. Whereas I'm putting the dark line back here. See, it's below the center. And we do that to keep things more asymmetrical or naturalistic, shall we say. This is just Prussian blue I'm using, by the way. I wasn't prepared to. There we go. I wasn't prepared for the whole thing on Creative Arts Group. But that's okay too. Yeah, it's a good class. Take that one and this one at the same time and you'll get, it's a crunch. You'll get a lot of information.
Is this one your class, this Friday one?
This right now?
Yes. No, I mean, is this through Creative Arts or is it through you personally?
This is mine.
Yeah, well, how will we know when this is renewing or is it?
I'm just about ready to give you the advertisement for next term because I think we're in the 7th or 8th. So I'm about ready to do the plein air one. Oh, and by the way, now that I'm thinking about it, we're going to have to switch this to Thursdays. I'm going to switch this to Thursdays because, and it's just for, this class is going to have to switch back and forth from Thursday to Friday because me teaching at the Huntington. So the Huntington's coming up and I'll be teaching that like the middle of April. And is this April? No, the middle of May. And so I'll switch this to Thursdays, same time.
What
Okay.
about the Wednesday one?
Wednesday will just stay Wednesday.
So you'll let us know when those renew.
Yeah, I'm going to send those out right away here, actually, because they renew. Man, I don't have the dates right now.
That's
I'll
okay.
give
I
it
just
to you
was
later.
curious. I'm already signed up for your Monday nights because I like that live drawing
Thanks.
thing.
Rob,
Yeah.
when you teach this class at the Huntington, you can't record it, right? Because it's at the Huntington.
You know what? She said she's going to do something about that. So I don't know about next term. We'll see if they
Okay.
actually let us record now.
Is this Joy?
I had a feeling that
Joy?
she was wanting to record it. So
Okay. Rob, are you talking about Joy?
yeah, Joy told me that
Yeah.
the last time we spoke that she was going to do something about that. So
Okay, great.
And the one at the Huntington, is that going to be the plein air or is that going to be?
yeah, it won't be plein air, right? But we'll be doing just Huntington, the landscapes of
Right.
only things at the Huntington, like the
Okay.
Chinese garden and
Yep.
the rose garden. And
Will you send us all an email about all your schedule? About
Yeah.
all these?
yeah, I know. It's that time where things get crazy.
Yeah.
Sure, I'd love to. Yeah, I'll send everyone on this list. Yeah, I miss a lot of people because unfortunately, I don't like to bug people.
Is that a in-person on the grounds or not?
I can't hear you. You need to turn yourself up a little bit or speak closer to the. What was that? Who is this?
It's Betsy. Is the Huntington class in person on the grounds doing plein air or is it video like this?
No. It's only computer.
Oh.
Yeah, we won't be there for a while. Huntington's they're being more conservative about this than anyone. So I think when everybody gets back and going, they're still going to wait a while. So I don't really know.
What about all this man's features and his beard and his instrument? And
Let's just get these basic colors in there first.
Okay. Looks so complicated.
Well, I'll go over a few things. When we block it out, it's not so complicated. So some little color and value for his hands and a little bit in the socks and stuff in there too. And I don't know if we want to include this sign, but we could. It's written in another language. And I when I was in college, I did a big thing on homeless. So I've been actually painting homeless for a long, long, long time. It's nothing new. I mean, I've been doing it since the 80s. And so I was talking to this guy who's kind of like this guy right here, where he was a musician and he had his little bag out there and so I got to talking to him and he goes, I'm not homeless. You got to understand, I'm not homeless. I have a home. I live, I've got a tent out in the mountains over there. And I said, oh, okay. And he said, no, because I choose this life. I goes, I want this life. He goes, and we call ourselves bums. There's a difference between a bum and a homeless. He goes, homeless have been displaced. You know, they're oftentimes drug addicts. He goes, but I'm none of those things. He goes, this is just the lifestyle I've chosen. He goes, and I ask for people to, you know, if they listen to my music, to maybe buy my CDs, and he has them right there. And so I was schooled on the whole thing. I was like, wow. Yeah. So this guy right here almost seems more like him. And I didn't know the difference between a bum and a homeless person. I mean, no one ever told me. So
Bum has such a bad connotation.
yeah, but he likes that word. I mean, that's what he used. So
Maybe.
I know, really, if I called him a bum, I'd probably be like, hey, everybody.
Yeah. I would think something like adventurous spirit or.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'll call him. Hey, how about I just call you the adventurous spirit?
Yeah.
This guy has a crease in his pants, making me think he's not a bum.
Well, oftentimes they're just street musicians, right?
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
a better crease than I do.
I mean, this is a different country too, so they just might totally do it differently over there. So I don't know. Yeah.
I think the words are in Spanish. From what I could make out, it looks like Spanish to me, if that's a help.
Mhm.
But that could be a lot of places, obviously.
Yeah.
Actually not Spanish. I believe it is Turkish.
Really?
It's definitely not Spanish. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Turkish. Yeah.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Well, we have lots of nationalities in here, which is really cool. So I'm just putting a few little things. And you know what we could do here? This would be neat. Just create a little drama. Pull a little bit of down on the sidewalk like that. See what that does? You can pull a little bit over there. Yeah, I like that.
Is that ultramarine blue and red, or is that black?
Yeah, ultramarine blue and a little bit of magenta in there. See how it's sort of staged it a little bit here?
Is that like a tree?
Like
Bush?
it's shadows. Shadows from a tree or a bush. That's all. It's all those little deals. So that gives us some basic values and colors to go with. But now, here's a few things I wanted to talk to you about. So we haven't talked very much about drapery. And let's take his arm here. So let's just say I lay it in just like a normal arm like this. And I usually tell myself about where the joint is. I'll come up just like that. Okay. And then what happens is that you have a bend. And anytime there's a bend in any joint on your body, your skin, actually, look at the skin on my finger. See how when it bends, it creases and the outside tightens? And it's the same in your clothes. They're just looser. It's a looser kind of skin, really. So what we have here is we have, if you can think of this as being like we call it a compression. You could call it a fold if you like. And then over here, you have a tightening. So you could call this, we just call this a tension. So we have tension over here, compression over here, or you could just say tightening, tighten and fold. How's that? I can draw a little bit darker too, I will. So in the fold right here, just look and look, as we go up the arm this way, you get little things going this way. Now, look at the arrow, see it? See the arrow in it? You'll get a few of those. And as we get away from it, it gets a little less and a little less. But can you see those little arrows in there once in a while? See? They're just like that. Kind of slick. And there's probably more than that. But look for them. As we come over here, they get smaller. But you may get a couple of those little arrowy things that they'll do this, and you'll get little ones like that. See? Little arrows like that. And they'll kind of wrap around. Oh, over here they're actually, I should pay a little more attention. They're wrapping around this way. I'm sorry. Now they start going around this way. Okay. So just pay attention to anywhere there's a fold, you're going to get lots of wrinkles, shall we say, folding wrinkles. And you know what's nice is that his little stripe going down there actually goes around them. So let's just say it kind of goes around and around and around, and then and so on. So it kind of shows them off. It's kind of neat. I'll just have it go like that. Around and around. I'm just going around my folds. It's not exactly like his, but it's the same principle. I don't have time to mimic his perfectly. But that's the idea. And then, of course, the light's mainly coming from the top, so your shading will be, at the bottom of each one of these folds, like that. And when we're painting, it's really not that big a deal. Now, when I drew this out, I drew it more like an arm. His clothes fit a little looser, so you'll want to kind of, just fit that in a little bit looser. And the other thing is you don't see it here as much, but I will just go over really quickly that just like your flesh too, gravity will take over and you'll get like the muscle hanging down here. Well, the clothes will hang off you too. Now he's got a pretty tight sweatshirt on, sweatsuit on or something. So, but that basically kind of goes like this. Let's say you have I'm just going to talk about the principle. I'm not looking at him or anything like that. You can see a little bit on his shirt, but I'm not seeing too much. I'm just going to go over this really quick. But what happens is, let's say we have a cloth and we're holding it up. We're holding the cloth up by these 2 points here. So gravity's going to kind of pull it down, right? And these are just some thoughts for you to think about, okay? No, but what happens here is you have more tension here. So these folds will be more at the top. Then as you get down a little further, they loop out. Something like that. And so it kind of goes like, so if I were going to draw a stripe or a sort of a pattern on this, it would go up and around and up and around and up and around. So in other words, this line right here just represents the sort of way it's folding, because this would go up and around and something like that. So if I were going to draw a stripe on it, we just repeat that. That kind of thing. So I only put this on here just to show you whoops. Something like that. Just to show you the form, that's all. Without shading it. That's one nice thing about patterns. Patterns show off the form. Artists love patterns. Artists will put patterns on things just to show off form.
Right.
So those are some things to think about. What?
I have a question. For me, the center of attention of this photo is the man, right? It's sort of, I don't care about the rest. And I was wondering, would it be easier for me, for someone who is not like you, experienced, to do it, to focus on the man? In other words, amplify the man and make it the whole space of the painting.
You mean you want to crop in more on him?
Right, that idea, because there's everything there, the legs and the shoes and the arms and the flute and the head and you know what, if that, absolutely do what makes you feel more comfortable. Absolutely, no question about it. All right.
And the other thing you can do is, if you want to do, you could just do if you want to do his clothes, you can just kind of rough them in. Like very much like I did this little comp. Oftentimes I'll just rough those things in and I don't even get to the folds and everything. This is just for people that are interesting.
I appreciate these details.
Sure, yeah, that's all it's for. It's just for interest. Now here's another thing really quick. It's more than really quick, but hands we haven't really gone over. But I'll just go over his hands at this. This part of your hand, this top part of the hand, I usually box it in. Okay, so on him, we've got it going like this, and then I go across the knuckles and down, and I just kind of box that in. And the top's a box. That's the top surface. You can see that this is in shadow right here on him. I want to just rough the whole thing in first. And then I go up to the knuckle and over and kind of down We have these two. The thing to do when you're thinking about fingers, there's two ways to do it. You can put them into cylinders like this and look at them like this, or you can put them into like little kind of cubes and look at them like this. So I usually prefer the cube way because it really gives you the sides. And I'll show you what I mean. So let's just say we're blocking in the hand and I'm putting that in like this, these two fingers together. And they kind of go in like that. All right, well, this one over here has a side to it like that. That gives me the shadow right there. The other one, the far one, you don't see because it's covered up too much by this first one. The first one just kind of overlaps it. There's a bit of a gap in there, which often happens. And then I just draw up to the knuckle, to the next one, and then we have a little bit more. And so you get the top plane, and then you get the side plane. So I'll draw something over the top, and there's a little bit of a shadow in there for the side. And this next one. So in other words, I'm just breaking it down to boxes like I do so many things. I put this into a box, right? A box with little joints on it. And this third one, I can bring out, it's way back here. So it goes out to about there. Whoops. There, it ends here. And then we have the kind of the muscle of the hand there. And it has a side to it as well. And if you can look at the end of each finger, it has a knuckle on it. I always draw little circles around the knuckle like that. I just give myself a loop. Oftentimes you can barely see it, but it helps me to shade it because, you know, your knuckles are like little balls on the end of your fingers, right? Now here's something I couldn't do in a regular class. Like I put my finger up here. So if you can look at it like a ball, then as the light comes down on it, I can give those little sub shadows. Anyway. All this goes into shadow. And then you may have those little tendons that do this. Sometimes they're very distinct. Sometimes you can't hardly see them. I can barely see them on him. So, and then we'll just come back in and shape the hand. And he's got this thing over the front. Maybe that's a little big. And so on the scale we're going to be doing it, you won't even see this much. But anyway, keep these things in mind. Yeah, you have the other one. And maybe the best way to do this, just to lay it in, is just to contour the thing first. So we kind of go like this. Like these two are kind of boxed in. And then we go to the next one. And then we have this little pinky sticking out there. And then whoosh, little thumb in there and his hand. So now I have a contour to go off. Okay, again with the boxes. So I have a side to this finger here, and a front, and the So it's coming straight at you. And this one, same thing, straight at you. Because you get a little bit of a shadow at the bottom, a little bit of a shadow on the side. And at the scale we're going to be doing this, you probably won't even see this much information. But if you have this kind of information flowing through your brain, it shows, it helps. And then all this goes in shadow. Get a little bit of something in there. I guess it's, anyway. And you get that flute. Is it a flute or is it a recorder or what? I don't know. Too bad Hector isn't here.
He's coming home today.
All right. Celebration. So, really what it comes down to with the hand is you have the back of the hand. You have, usually with the fingers, I'll figure out how long I want them, and I'll group them usually like this. Or like that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Circle, 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 circle. And box them in. Now, typically we don't see hands all perfect like that, usually they're kind of like this or like that or something weird. So then I just come up here. And then the thumb will tend to kind of bow out that way. You got that joint. And a man's hand will tend to have a lot more muscle out here. Or now, like a woman weightlifter will definitely have some muscle out there. People that work with their hands a lot. I mean, I do, but I've got baby hands. I've got an uncle who's a trucker. He goes, "Let me see your hands." I'm like, anyway, he grabbed my hand. I'm like, oh my gosh, his hands feel like leather. I mean, not leather. I mean, I don't know, something crazy. Very, very thick textural because they're grabbing all that rope and everything. He had big muscular hands, and I have these little, like, dainty things. Okay. All right. So those are just some tips. All right, so we have our composition here. Let's get to, let me get it in position. And you guys are seeing the whole thing, okay? There we go. And so you remember our rule of thirds, right? So what you could do is just kind of, you don't have to draw lines through the whole thing. You could just sort of mark it off. So if those are your thirds.
Is this on the watercolor paper or?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is the painting right now. So instead of putting that line dead center and the man dead center, how about we move the guy over a little bit? He doesn't have to be, he could still be close to center. He could be right of center. No. So, and then what I like to do is in my whole space, I like to just box them in, or watch. I can just go like this, like that. Do I want them like that big? And then the jacket over here this big? And the thing this big? Is that how, or maybe you want to blow up more into them. We could do that. It's just a question of making this center a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I would love it if you.
You can really, if you want to just do the head, you can just really blow up into it. But I'll do it. I'll do his head maybe. Let's see.
Rob, could you do the drawing a little darker? It's sort of hard to see.
Well, I'm going to erase all this in a minute. I'm just looking for a very basic
Okay.
thing. I don't want it too dark because then I won't be able to see. I mean, I won't be able to erase it all. Is that dark enough? And then
Yes.
what I can do here is maybe we can take the jacket out a little bit. So a little different than the composition I did in the beginning. I feel pretty good about it. I don't need to see the whole this little thing over there. And you know, we have that shadow kind of coming in, staging. I like this. So it's a little off center. We have this jacket over here. So I've just clumped them. See, now, if you started drawing the person and you put all this detail in this face and you look at it later and you go, gosh, it's too small or it's too large or I don't like where it's placed. So I need, now you gotta get rid of all that work. But for now, you can kind of see about how big things are gonna be. So with this framework, I can kind of come in and go, okay, I've got a hat about there. I'm just gonna kind of frame it in first. His bill comes out to about there, maybe his head. Maybe this. This looks large. We'll see. So his beard is not there, huh? He is kind of compressed in here, so we'll see. This arm, well, let's just, I'm just gonna lay him out in what do you call this? Contour first. I don't know what to call it. I just teach the art class. Don't ask me. Well, how about that? It really worked. So his knee's about there. Might come out a little further. And he's just really scrunched. So if that pipe, if that comes out to about there, right, and his other knee is about there. Well, how about that worked? I just thought his head looked a little large. But you're looking at a 3/4 view, so this helps to encompass the whole thing. So instead of you getting into all these details right away, see, I just oversee the whole thing first. And that helps me to get some positioning. You know, while I'm thinking about it, let me just throw in a couple little ditties, little contour over here. I kind of wanted to take this right out, so I think I'll take his jacket right out, just for cropping. Got kind of a fold. I don't know what this thing is, part of the inside of his jacket, maybe, and kind of a sleeve. Anyway, not totally necessary that you get all that. It's not the focus. Remember, most people will render everything and they'll get every little crack in the ground right. but in good composition, you want to really keep your focus in on the subject. Okay, I got a little opening in there. All right. No, that solves a lot of problems for me right away. You know, it's always good to look at Sargent for these kind of things, but he'll take something like this and just solve it with a couple of paint strokes. It's not the big focus of the thing, right? So I did like a couple of these verticals. Just going to indicate a few things. If you want to with the brick, you just need to realize that the person taking the photograph is about at the same level as this man's eye level. So the horizon line would be up here. And as you can see, the straightest lines would be almost right below him. That means the cameraman is looking straight at him, which that's what it looks like. So as you put these lines in, I mean, don't make them such a big deal, please. I mean, you might sit there going, okay, now how do I do this? I got to hit the horizon line and oh my gosh, I got to get every little darn thing right. No, just go like this, watch. Like that, like that, like that, that, and that. And that should be enough to guide you. You can throw in all your other lines, you know, kind of based on those, right? You don't have to draw it all the way up to the, and then, so it kind of gives you a little bit of depth. So, okay. Good enough. We got that dark in there. Okay, now I'll just erase out these guidelines. And so we have this man's shoulder about here. I like to just draw this in about, see the swing of it, the swing of the arm. See, it's not perfectly straight. It's got a little bit of a bend to it. This one has a little bit of a bend to it. And then up for the hands. And we can just position those for sizing. Just for size right now. And the other one down, it dips down and comes up. So you get kind of a positioning. We come down. Jacket on the other side, open jacket over here. And I can see that, you know, because he's sitting down and kind of, you can't really use rules to help you here too much. You have to do a lot of eyeballing. But I still do use some rules like the swing of the arm and that type of thing. So just to get my gesture. And I could say, for instance, okay, now if I have this there and that there, my elbow should be about there. So then yeah, I think it's, in other words, the leg should be around here. And notice the kind of swing to it. It's not straight. It's got a bow to it. That's why I laid it in like this. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's our kind of job to exaggerate these things. So, and then he's got a, like that. There's that pleat you were talking about. And then got a leg coming out of there. We'll see about where the stripes are in the socks is almost right center. That's about where the joint is. And then the other one comes up. There's the bottom of the shirt. Right. So if the joint is about here or so, we can sort of box that shoe in first. Instead of going for the detail of it, what you can do is just say, okay, it's about it starts about here and it boxes up to about here, something like that shape. And the other one's just sort of under there, just more like a wedge shape under there. And maybe I'll just get the other pants first, just to get a sense of how wide to make this thing. So this knee goes beyond the hands, so it's way out here. That's helpful. I gotta. So basically, it's very much like if you can think of the pants like kind of like a box. Like that. And there's a cylinder coming out of the box, right? That's the leg. So it has a top and a side to it. So as I throw them in kind of, see how there's the side and there's the top. So it kind of falls off and there's a top to it. So I'll take those lines out. It's a little confusing. And then you could throw in a couple of your little sort of arrow shaped and then contour the bottom any way you see fit. Okay. Oh, I think that shoe is a little larger than that. Yeah. So it goes up his foot, it just goes around like that. Comes out at you, and then this part comes kind of straight at you. This part, his toes are coming like straight at you. Thank goodness we're not drawing his bare feet. You'd be like, what toe? What toe? Oh no. And I'm just sort of letting myself know where a few little shadows are. Now let me go up. Occasionally you might want to sharpen that pencil and not jump all the lead all over it. And drawing on this watercolor paper can be rough on the pencils. Okay. And let's just lay that sleeve in here. There's a box. That just tells me where the parameters are. That tells me where the joint is. Here's the end of that. Oh, maybe I should have brought that up a little higher. Yeah, I think it is up a little. I think it made that a little small. And these parameters aren't the actual contour of it. They're just telling me about where the contour is. That way I can contour around this. Now, sometimes I do the contour first. That might be a good way to do this. Why don't we do that? Down. A little contour in there. hard to see the contour on the bottom. It's all in shadow. And it really does kind of stay snug to his arm on there. I'm just gonna not draw every little fold with that. Okay. So that gives me some parameters. And then here's usually the way I do it. I'll draw a line, like that. I got a little arrow shape over there, I see over there. You can accomplish a lot of this with the watercolor, okay? So all you need is some little signals. So I'm seeing another little arrow up here. A couple of those moving around. There's a little arrow at the top. That's about all I put in. You can put in the stripe if you want to. You can leave it out. I'll have to put that thing in. I'll put it in just to, I like patterns, so. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You don't want to make a big deal out of things that aren't a big deal. Like the focus is on him. So you don't want to have this magnificent sleeve and his face looks, not so great. I'd put most of your focus on him. He's playing his flute.
Unless you're a clothes designer.
Oh, you. What are you, harassing the teacher? Here we go.
I giggled.
Yeah, Rob. What if Calvin Klein's taking your class? Huh? Okay. You might want to notice that there's an interesting little shape of light. Kind of, see how it just sort of comes down. You could draw that. A lot of times I just solve this with the paint, but it's nice to notice those things. This side's catching a lot of light. This side's almost all in shadow. Yeah, mostly in shadow. And we're seeing a little skin under the beard. All this in the background is just a silhouette. So let's go up to the hand here. So this hand, kind of, and then there's the knuckle. Pretty much, I'm just going to draw it the way I did the other one. I like to sort of contour them first. Oops. There's a little gap in between these two fingers. Oops. I mean, some of these lines are as big as the shadows in there, so oftentimes you'll see artists just contour it and then they'll figure the rest out with the paint. That might be the best way to do this. It's just too small. And my lead, you got to keep it sharp when you're getting into those nitty-gritty places. I mean, this guy's head is only about as big as my thumb. Something more like that. And I would do the same, definitely the same with the other two because they're even less. There's these foreshortened ones that come right at you. And again, if this is giving you a problem, I mean, if you just don't feel like, what I would do is just contour them and you just lay a couple of shades and shadows over them, and that's all you need. Got this one, these two, a little thumb on the other side here, possibly. His palm. Maybe it doesn't come down that far. And then, so now I can put the flute in there. A little jacket in there. Okay. You got his hat. Bill of the hat. Shadow. I'm thinking the ears about there. Beard. And there's not a lot of information in his face, but again, about place a dot where you think the cheekbone will be, and that just sort of indicates where the side of his head is, and then where the front of his head is. So if we have eyebrows here, they're going off that direction. A little higher on this side, a little lower on this side. Almost straight across though. I think his nose is a little closer in than that. So if the nose is about there, the other eye socket would be over here. Big, thick eyebrows, which are a lot of fun. And, you know, you don't even see the mouth, so. Something like that, and then we can, you know, there's a little something happening with his eyes. You can't really see the eye on the other side, so I won't put it in. It kind of just goes. I gave him a lot of forehead, didn't I? So, boom, in, out, and then around for the beard. That beard just really comes out there. So now I figured out what Santa Claus does on the off season. Just joking. And then Of course, we have a lot of hair in front of the ear. And most of this is just lost into a contour. You see how there's almost a line across his knuckles? Look at those. Because you can see the shift in the plane because these go that way, this goes down. So this is a darker value, and then this gets lighter on the top. So we'll talk about all that. I mean, just drawing the thing is some work. Something tells me I need to come out with his nose a little bit more. All right. You know, it's just the width of a pencil line. Now, gosh, are you guys ready to paint or what? It's about time we get to the painting part. All right, so I see a lot of kind of blue-green in the background, so I used a Prussian. I'm just going to cover it really nice and just using Prussian and any other colors you see in there. I see a little, like the warm stuff coming up from here, so if you'd like to. I'm not using very much paint. We're just covering our big masses first. Keep it all watercolorish. I noticed there was a lot of warm in the bottom. So I'm going to take a little bit of yellow, maybe a little bit of red in this bottom part and just add a little something in there. A little glow off the sidewalk. Red, yellow, and blue for the ground. It's lighter and orangier. So I'm just going to go lighter and orangier. Got mostly the grout. There's grout in there that's kind of orange. And like I say, you don't have to paint everything exactly like it is. Okay. See, get those big things covered first. And I'm seeing some cools down here too. I don't want them very dark. I'll try a little bit of ultramarine blue, just here and there. Kind of modulate it a little bit. It just makes it less uniform. And I'm using ultramarine blue because it's different than the background blue. I'm gonna go for this big brown here too. It's very, very similar to the ground color, just much darker. I probably made that ground color a little dark. This is nice too. You can just hit it with a little bit of rag. Yeah, and that modulates it too. It keeps it a little, see my fingers? Keeps it a little moving around, you know? That's my moving around symbol. Okay, so the gray, the jacket is sort of a warm gray. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take red, yellow, and blue, cad red, cad yellow, ultramarine blue, and then I'm going to add more warmth to it. Well, that red is just potent. Wow. There we go. Pretty orange. Actually, mine doesn't look half as orange as it does up there. I'll go more yellow with it.
It would make a great color for the reddish bands on the fence in the back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the actual color. That is exactly what I'm seeing in the photo, but look, I look up there and it looks orange. I'm gonna have to really neutralize this. Let's see. I'll just really. God, it still looks orange up there. Oh, that's it. I'm putting it in there. I'm just put it over the whole thing. It's what I look at the screen, how red that is, and look down here, and I'm like, wow, very different animals. Oh well. And sometimes here's what I do too. When it's in this state, I'll come back with a dry brush, just take everything out of the brush. See, it's really dry. See? And I just use it like a sponge. I'll come back and hit a couple little highlight things. Doesn't all show up in the end, but it kind of gives you little highlights just on the parts that are facing upwards. Just adds a little activity. Does get a little bit redder in here. And this part gets really like the same color as the background thing. Now that's a very neutral red. I look up there and it looks like it just pulled it right out of the. I mean, look at this. That's the red out of the tube. See, now it makes these look more neutral. Isn't that funny? When you put something more saturated next to it, it makes these look more neutral. I pull this away. See, it got more saturated. Ah, it's the camera. Can't do anything about it. It's also probably zoom. So anyway, if you want to add a little bit of that red in the background. Go ahead. Some down on the ground there too, huh? Kind of red. I'll put that in there too. I think for safety reasons, I'm just going to leave this out. The red going down it. For safety. Because I might get hurt. Hurt by doing a bad painting. Okay. Now I'm going to lay these colors in him really flat without any real lights and shadows, which means I start off a little on the light side. Let's just go for the hat. It's a brown, so it's red, yellow, and blue. Same red, yellow, and blue I used. Cad red, cad yellow. A little more red in that. That's a little dark for the top. I'll use my rag. I do this quite a bit. I'll lay down the color I like. And if it's too dark, you can use your rag or you can use your brush. But I'll just kind of rag it out like that. That's probably a little light. The bill is pretty bright. Yeah. So I could come in with something a little bit darker up in here. Something like that. I'll hit this really dark later. I wanted to pull that light out before I, the other way around that is I could have just laid it in really light first. So what I do is if I happen to lay it in dark, then I'll kind of use my rag and pull things out. If I happen to lay it in a little too light, then I'll just add more. So, you know, typically on something like this blue here, I wouldn't go for the shadow value first. It's just, I mean, I'm seeing like well, I'm going to combine the ultramarine blue with the Prussian blue. And see what we get here. It's not bad. If you want to neutralize that blue, add a little bit of orange to it. Now that's enough to do the whole thing. So I'm just going to spread it around. Adding water. Might be a little on the dark side, so instead of starting all over, I'll just lift it off. best. Very similar to the pants color. Yeah. It's a little dark. I'll just using a dry brush, pulls it right off. It's easy stuff. I'll come back later and hit a couple little highlights in there. I'm sorry, hit a couple of shadows in there, excuse me. I'm just gonna pull this color right onto the pants. Yeah, lighter. And I know I'll have to get darker with all this. So a lot of people swear by that you should go from light to dark. I'd say in general I do that, but I'm not held and bound by that. I'll just improvise where I need to. I never even knew there was a right way to do watercolor when I was doing it. I just figured it out. I figured out my own way. And then I watched, and then I heard that there was this right way to do it. And I thought, oh, okay, well, let me try that. And I did it that way. And I thought, oh, okay, that works. Doesn't work any better than the way I do it, but it works. So there isn't a magic formula. But generally, I would say, I think staying from light to dark works best.
Rob, do you think that started to preserve the white of the paper if you wanted to save the white of the paper, maybe? But you could do it.
Well, you still do it either way. You do.
Yeah.
You get fresher when you go for like a lot of the middle values. A lot of times you get much fresher color because you're not glazing. Every time you glaze, the color will begin to gray down a little bit. So sometimes when you just nail a color right on the first try, you didn't have to put anything over it. So there's, varying opinions on the issue. Okay. Got some neat looking shadows on his shirt. They're pretty dark. And I'm just using pure ultramarine blue for his shirt. That's it. Nothing else. Going darker on it. It's pretty dark over here. I'd say the other reason, honestly, I'll just be honest with you. The other reason I tend not to hit, I work 100% from light to dark, is because it's so slow. And I'm much faster painter than I'm doing here. So I'd say I'm a pretty impatient painter in general. On my own, when I'm just doing my own thing, I get down to business and I get it going quick because that's just my style. I used to, when I first started on my own, I thought it was this extremely tedious thing, mostly because that's what I was taught. So So I was really tedious. And then I got to art center and ran into some teachers that I just watched them paint and I go, wow, I want to do that. You know, I don't want to do this my whole life. It's so tedious. So I started doing the way they're doing it, and wow. I found out I'm a lot more impatient than I thought. I don't know if the word's impatient, just I like to get to the point. And I like what happens when you get to the point. You get all those beautiful brush strokes and all that stuff. Great. Now I'm going to treat his face just in hands, and I treat him like everything else. Got kind of a redder face. Got nothing in there. Just put a tone over that face. Group it. Same shadow on the ear. Down here. I'm going to use the same shadow on his fingers. See, I find it easier to paint that in than to draw it in. Like I have enough information, I can figure out where those shadows are. And I don't want it. You can definitely overdraw a watercolor and then you got nothing but crazy lines going everywhere. And this flute is, it's a pretty similar color, but some parts are in shadow, some parts are in light. I'll just paint the whole thing. Like that first. And I'll come back and hit some shadows in it. Let it dry up a little bit. Might as well get a color over that beard. Now, what do you paint? Do you paint the whole light and then wait for that to dry and hit the shadows over it? Or do you hit the shadows first, wait for that to dry, and then hit the lights over that? You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A lot of times if I have that paint color on my brush, I'll just hit it on there. That's how impatient I am. If I have a color on my brush, I'll just run over and put it anywhere it needs to be. I'm constantly working the whole painting up at once. So I'll come up with a color like this. I got a little bit more yellow in that. Not that much yellow. Kind of green in there, huh? Anyway, it's very light on the light side. I'll just leave all that in really light like that. I'll just paint it right over the shadows. And that's going to take forever to dry because I have a lot of water on it. So I'm just going to dab it a little bit. And then just very lightly. I like that it's leaking into the face. Some shadow in the hair. And that all goes up into this shadow up here. I'm leaving the tip of the ear a little bit. I want to be careful of those tip of the ear. It might look like Spock. Very logical. All right. I actually don't mind this, but I think it's just going to run into it too much. Kind of ruining my highlight there. All right, I just use I use it like a sponge. I can see it was probably needs to go a little darker on the top. Yeah, I got a little shadow in here. Like one of those voided areas. I can't tell. It's just the shadow is so dark. Can hardly tell. Maybe a little bit of shadow of the leg. Oh, whoops, I did it right onto a sock. Make this sock a little different. It's almost the same. Because the sock starts about there. Now the beards, because I have that color, similar color on here. I might as well use it on his beard, maybe a little warmer than that.
Rob, what color did you put on the beard to begin with? It looks yellow.
Yeah, I use red, yellow, and blue, and then I emphasize the yellow in it because he's got a lot of dingy yellow color to it.
So which color did you use?
Cad red, cad yellow, and ultramarine blue. I mixed them together. Sort of came out with a neutral yellow, and then I put that down there a little dark, and I pulled up with my brush a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No problem. Yeah, it gets a little dark, and we'll add some darks in here later. And we get a little bit of eye socket in there. Yeah, a little something in there, a little something in there. Maybe we'll hit a little dark eyebrow. Some in there too. Oftentimes the ears will get redder in a situation like this because the light's actually coming through the ear. The ear is really transparent. The highlight is quite different though from the shadow. Paint some lights on here too. Same color, just adding more. I think it should be orangier than that though. Adding more water. All right, that's the same as adding white. Should be darker. You know, it's watercolor, it'll dry different on you. I'm kind of waiting for things to set up a little bit. So why not hit some shadows and things around the outside? Use if you use magenta and ultramarine blue, make yourself kind of a nice violet shadow. It gets darker. If you'll notice, it gets darker right underneath them. I'm just going to fill that up. But as it comes out here, you know, it gets a little lighter. That's because the sky influences the shadow out here. You could even get it, you could even say it's bluer. And I'd be agreeing with you. And some little stuff on that shoe too. A little bluer. It's creeping up into my shadow on my leg, and I kind of don't mind that. Shadow on him, shadow on the ground here. Just tie things together. Nice and dark underneath them. It's on my brush. Why not hit a couple in here? I mean, there's a couple in there. Just laying in some basic shadows. And maybe something really dark in there. In the deep spots. Smack it dark. And don't forget the shadow right underneath. Just something, you need something down there. And his sleeve. And I have this other thing over here. I'm not going to put the picture in there. I did mine a little bit more of an angle, so I might cast a little shadow down. A little bit. Pretty similar color. Letting this set up. Almost ready.
Rob,
Yeah.
I showed Hector the picture, and he says it's an instrument that snake charmers use.
Oh.
He doesn't know the name either, I guess.
Well, well. Good to hear from Hector.
Maybe Louise knows the name.
It's called a.
I could try to find out because I have a friend who goes to Turkey often and she's learning Turkish. And I just confirmed, I sent her an email of this and asked her if it was Turkish. And
Wow.
she confirmed it was. So let me ask her if she knows the name of this sort of person and also the instrument.
Thank you. Wow. Thanks. So I'm going to just stage this thing a little bit by adding some of these shadows, right? So I'm just going to come in. That's ultramarine blue and a little bit of magenta. Then, you know, if you want it to feel like leaves or something, you could do that. I'm going to pull part of it right over this. Maybe I don't want it to feel too staged, so maybe what I'll do is take a couple of these, maybe right behind him. I don't want to kill this light behind him, though. I better not do that. Because it'll make the shadow not feel like shadow. In other words, to me, outdoors, when you want something to feel like shadow, you need something light behind it. Just staging that thing. I don't want to make this too big of a deal. You know, I'm just looking for some drama. Looks a little flat back there all by itself. And these too hard of edges, it's going to be too attracting. So come back and just soften the edges with the water. And I wanted to throw some down on the sidewalk too. So my demo, I just did a couple of these, kind of. Probably lighter shadows on the sidewalk because it's facing upward. One little trick you'll see artists do is they'll make it a little bit darker right on this edge. You know, yeah. Yeah, I think my whole value needs to be darker in the shadow anyway. Yeah, all this. It's watercolor, it will dry. Light. Definitely works better. I'll come back and hit a little bit of dark later on, right along this brim. That'll separate these two a little more. See there's a little shadow there? Right here, right along the brim. And little things like that can help a lot more than you think. Now I'm going to hit some darks in his drapery. And you'll see it doesn't look like any big deal, but where you place the darks, when you think about all this, it makes a difference. If you know some of the things we talked about before class, and if you're just sort of, I mean, we're all guessing anyway, but your guesses get better. That's what I mean. The guesses get better when you keep these sort of things in mind. Some dark in there. Dark center here. And then all this underneath. And again with the little arrow shapes in there and a couple of these. Yeah, that's about all you need. See? That's about it. A couple of those. It's just there's in there. It's mostly your painting ideas, and then you can still keep it kind of sketchy and watercolorish. Otherwise, you got to do what's called rendering and get in there and render each little fold, and that's not painting. You see, in painting circles, painters make a big deal between rendering and painting, because we were all renderers once until we learned how to paint. I hate to sound stuck up or something, but rendering out every little, and it might be very good practice to do that. I certainly did my share of rendering in the beginning. And what's funny is when I got out of art center and I really could paint, the only way I could find work was rendering. I'm like, gosh, here I am rendering. I mean, just doing what I was doing before I even got into art center. I felt like, why did I ever go to that school? No, so yeah, rendering is hyper slow analyzing things that would take you minutes here take hours. It's extremely tedious. But then on the other hand, you do learn a lot of the facts. It kind of depends on your temperament. But you don't get the paint strokes when you render. You just there we go. All right, so we hit a couple in here. See, we got a middle tone and a light and a shadow, right? And that was all we needed to get that. A renderer would have to take and hyper render this whole thing. This whole thing would take a half an hour, at least. So you're looking just to do him maybe, I wouldn't even want to guess. I've seen really quick renderers that could do it in a few hours. So yeah, there's a difference between painting and rendering.
Do you have an opinion on Richard Estes?
I don't know who that is. Richard Etsy? Espy?
Estes
I've never heard that.
paints every atom.
He paints every atom?
Yes.
Oh. Doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it could be really cool.
After a while,
it has a place, absolutely, for illustration. Yeah, absolutely.
so long as there are a few of them, not too many.
I don't know who that is. I might have seen his work and didn't know.
How are you spelling the name?
Estes.
Like Estes Park, Colorado.
Huh.
Right.
So for the blue on the light, I put a light pattern. I'm going to use that same blue for the shadows on this. And I'm just going to put a couple of little stretchy things through there. Going in that direction. That's about it. I still really haven't even hit my darks on here. He's got these little rings around his socks if you want to throw those in there. Knock yourself out.
Rob, that background just keeps changing and changing.
My background? Oh, you mean it? You mean as it dries?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, I put them in and just let them do their thing. I don't know, but I was thinking about putting in some of the verticals in there. Not as many verticals. Let's see. And I don't want them to be a huge deal either, but I do want something. One thing I like is when you have a shadow coming from the shadow like this into the light like that. Does something. It's like a transition. It's a little dark. Almost looks better if it's just quick and sketchy. Now let's really hit the darks. Prussian blue, anything really dark. A little bit of cad red, a little bit of magenta. And smack them, see? Kerpow. Hit them hard. So see, I am doing basically light to dark. This is usually the step that watercolorists leave out. And probably the reason why a lot of people say, is that an oil or is that a watercolor? Because usually you don't see good darks in a watercolor, but refer back to the masters always. I mean, if you look at trendy painters that are living today, like me, no, if you just refer to a lot of living painters, you might not see the real good lessons. That's why that's why the masters are masters. They're used by many people to learn, and I mean millions of artists, to learn how to do things. So we refer back to certain artists. Monet's great for color. Sargent's great for technique. He's also a great colorist. But Monet is really for the color lessons. Van Gogh for expression.
Rob, do you like John Marin? The painter John Marin? M-A-R-I-N.
Who's that? I'm just joking. No. Yeah, I like John Marin. John Marin's a great American watercolorist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's another artist that pushes watercolor along into a place it really hadn't been before, as far as American watercolor goes. And anyway, I have a light plane on the top and a light plane on the side. This needs a little something in here just to get a plane change. Oh, that got red, didn't it? And then see, as it turns back up toward the light, it gets light again. So it gets light, medium value, and then light again. It does that because of the light. So you need to be a student of light. That is so much what painters are. That's a lot of it, anyway. As far as the technique of painting goes, that's a lot of it. There's spirituality and emotion that now you're really if that's your main reason for painting, like expressionism, then the lights and the shadows and everything are submissive to that. Really dark up in here, Kerpow. You can't really see his eyes, so I wouldn't put him in. We do get something dark in those eyebrows. Oh, remember that bill I was telling you about? Oh no, Mr. Bill. Put him in right here. It's a little thick, but effective. We're just using it to kind of separate.
So I have a little information here.
Okay.
First of all, it's not a snake charmer. That would be India, not Turkey.
Uh-huh.
And then the message speaks about his age. It says that thank you for listening to him.
Wow.
And then there's a part of the message that's incomplete, so she cannot read that. And the last sentence says that taking photo is free. You can take free. But then in the chat, somebody else, another student, spoke about the fact that the instrument is a Turkish flute called ney.
Wow.
N-E-Y. And that is played for classical Turkish music.
How about that?
Yeah. And my friend is asking, where did you get this photo?
On upsplash.com.
Okay, I'll tell her. But we don't know the town where it's, whether it's Istanbul or we don't know.
Thank you,
You
Louise.
guys, if you guys are anything but thorough, aren't you?
Well, you're welcome. It's fun to find out.
I know, huh?
And it's called a Ney, N-E-Y. And
Yes, look at the chat. I was
Okay.
that person saying that, I forget the name of, but one of us, one of the students.
How about that?
Yeah.
My daughter's name is Renee. I'll tell her there's a flute named after her. Hey, Renee, it's called Renee. I mean, no, I'm just joking. Sure. We're always pulling each other's leg. All right.
Rob, is it possible to zoom into like the face area?
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing in the Zoom. I'll show you though. I don't have hardly any information in there because there isn't a lot. You want to see a serious zoom? Look at this. I couldn't do this in class. You asked for it, you got it.
Thank you. It's the eyebrows. They're very perplexing.
Not much in there, but I could see, like, for instance, a little more shadow in here. Maybe. I'll play with them. I mean, I guess there might, if I really got in there quick, there might be some eyelashes or something. I don't know. Usually, if you don't see a lot of information, don't put it in. You're better with less than more. That is just a good rule of thumb. Hey, you want me to show you something? This is something I love to do. Just go around the whole painting looking at it like this, really. All those little unconscious strokes you did when you weren't really even thinking, you know? Fun. I'll zoom it out.
No, it looks good.
Yeah.
Rob, I was thinking, you know that projector in the creative arts group?
Yeah.
Classroom? I wonder what the potential of that is for this sort of thing.
Well, I mean, I could do, it's going to show exactly what I'm showing here. Now, I can't zoom in because I don't have my equipment. I have a great computer here with it's all Logitech. It cost me a lot of money, but this webcam is supposed to be the best one out there. I don't know, but it allows me to zoom in like that. I can't do that when I'm over there. They don't have this kind of equipment. So maybe I could have you all come over and you can sit here in my bedroom and paint live. And of course, there's only enough room for about one. Maybe we could squeeze 1, 2. I could put somebody in the closet. 3. I got maybe.
And I always thought you were in some sort of studios.
No. I have a ginormous bedroom. So we just split half of it up into my computer studio here. And then I have another studio in another area. So where I don't do this. That's where I just paint.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. I know that was a lot. But shall we?
Rob, I have a question. What's in front of him? Is a hat, or I mean?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that, huh? I think that's where you put your money.
Yeah. I think it's a container, but I cannot tell. Usually, would that be possible? Just the plate.
I'm gonna zoom in on it. Oh, I can't zoom in on it. It looks like a.
I think it's just a saucer with a shadow.
Or maybe it's a cap.
I think it's a cap, just like his one on his head, but it's all flattened out.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
You can put that down there.
It's not a curled up snake.
I noticed it doesn't have enough money in there. Come on. Come on, people. Help him out. The guy's playing your songs here.
We should put some greens there.
Green?
I mean the beer. Beer.
Yeah, certainly could put a little bit more into the beard. Oops, that was a little too much. I was thinking dry brushing. You know, on something like the beard, dry brushing might be really good. But we better get this crit going here. We're going to be here all day. A little bit of yeah. Smack something dark down at the bottom. I like that. That adds a little depth.
Now that I'm an expert, I think you should smack some darks on the side of his nose.
Smack it. That's my kind of language. Smack a dark on the side. Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of a plane change there, isn't there? Yeah. Something in there. A little something toward the bottom, maybe. A little something in the cheekbone. A little bit under the hat. And you get too carried away with that kind of stuff and kaboom. Maybe something dark right underneath the nose.
The enemy of good.
Better? I like it. Okay, quit picking on it, Rob. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Well, I have to change, so we have to get off the HD first. Get off the HD, Rob. And then share screen. We've got, oh yeah, whole bunch. Charlotte. Oh, whoops, there was one other thing I have to do, I'm sorry. I have to change the resolution of my screen again here.
Bob, I wanted to take a picture.
What? Okay, go. Can you do it right now?
Yep,
Yeah, go take a picture of that.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now I got to change the resolution of my screen here, or your file ends up being 2 gigabytes. If I do it this way, much less. Okay. Now, screen share. Hey, that looks cool. I like it.
Well, it's a different concept.
Yeah, that's the Charles Reed way.
Well, you know, I've taken many classes from him.
Hmm.
I like the lightness of it. And I
I like his way of painting, yeah.
I'm an oil painter also. So if I was going to render like your painting, I would probably do it in oil. And I wanted this to be a watercolor. And you know, the guy's sitting there playing a flute. So I think that's all I need to know about this.
Hey, that's great.
I just don't know whether to go darker in like how you added the darks in certain areas. I don't know whether to do that or not. Because once you start adding, you just keep adding and adding and adding. And then the looseness of the watercolor goes away.
Yeah.
So it's a issue.
Well, there's no right way to do it. Mostly, I'm just trying to explain a lot of facts. And then we'll have days, like for instance, this is a lot more analytical than doing the Egon Schiele stuff, right? So I'll have days where we do more intuitive things. And then
I can't even believe I even drew this guy's face and everything. It just was amazing to me that I even did it, because I think I've had a lot of your classes now and I can draw a lot better.
Well, I'm a student of Charles Reed too. Charles Reed, I think everybody should get the books, or just at least watch.
Could take
if you've
lessons.
got any videos or whatever, watch those. But you've taken a lot of his classes, right?
Yeah, I know him personally, and I just he's just a really good watercolorist. I mean, he watercolors free, but he's very directed in his watercolor, even though it looks free. He's very.
You do know he passed away, right?
Yeah, he is passed away.
Yeah.
I'm glad I had his last class before he died.
Yeah.
He had a lung condition.
Bummer.
How old was he?
Maybe in the 80s.
Oh, wow.
But he was a wild one, I'll tell you.
A wild one?
That's
what do you mean? You used to...
Quite experiences with him.
Okay.
Did he live near you?
No. He lived in Connecticut.
Oh.
And his wife finally kind of took over his business.
Oh.
And promoting him.
Aha. I see that happen quite a bit in art. Anyway, I love the colors, love the reds, yellows, love all that cerulean blue in the background. Beautiful. I like all the white.
I think I'm going to leave it.
Oh, yeah. And your really creative contour line, I love it. Ooh, loose. We should do this. I should show you the Charles Reed approach.
Charlie.
No, he's very, I'm not unlike him. I'm just, in this painting, a little more formal, but
I love that. I have his books. I would love that. But one thing I want to say about this painting, which amazes me, is the way you did the background, and it looks like the opening of an alley or a street or something. It's very suggestive, but without, you can make it what you want. It's great.
Oh, thank you very much. It was
fun.
It is. I kind of dance around with my brushes anyway, and I add color spots in certain areas for the eye to go there, like in his hat. And so that's kind of a fun thing that I like to do.
Yeah. Well, beautiful. Thank you very much. Gorgeous.
Thank you for the demo. Can't wait to see everybody's.
Absolutely. Let's get into it. Debbie. All right.
That's beautiful.
I love these little calligraphic shadows. Very Sargent-like.
I was going to
Sargent
add
would hit these very
shadow.
much like this.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I said Sargent would hit these little notes like this. It's just a little whack, It's a great look. Yeah. That looks good. Maybe come back and smack some darks in just a few areas, not everywhere, but like in some of these areas where they just don't receive a lot of light. You'll see it'll give you a little bit more dimension. I know.
What do you think?
I was also going to add a shadow on the upper left of the painting, like above there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just there, not across the whole top.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, make sure you're muted, okay? Make sure you're muted, because I can't mute you right now. Okay. I'd say so. In general, I wouldn't mind this arm being a little more. See, it's a little straight.
Yeah.
So I could see a little more of a rhythm this way and a little bit more like this. Just a little bit more. Just to break that, because clothes, you know, gravity's going to pull the clothes down a little bit.
Yeah.
I know they're clinging to him, but still a little bit more would be good. I'm thinking. I could see another quick glaze over the face. Maybe.
Oh, that's better, yeah.
Just to make it feel a little bit more like shadow. So it's the typical things that happen in a watercolor. You know, it's a little on the light side, that's all. And so let it dry up. And then come back and hit some of those things. Usually the darks aren't dark enough. That's very typical in a watercolor. And it doesn't mean you have to get as black as a photo, but just go for something a little darker, just to get the dimension out of it.
Thanks, Rob.
A little darker in there, yeah. So to make those hands pop out a little bit more. Okay, thank you much.
Thank you.
All right, now you really hit the darks. Wow. It's got a feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I actually, I lost some of my whites. I used some gouache on the beard.
I like how you positioned the sign behind him there. It gives a little bit more dimension.
Yeah, I just wanted to, do more him than the whole thing. So I went vertical and made him bigger.
Yeah, I agree with that. And your method in the way you're handling the watercolor is very very directed, very concrete. I don't know the word to say here. It looks like you know what you're doing. How's that?
Oh, that's good to know, but I have a lot to learn.
Well, not me. I know everything. No, I'm just joking. I'm just saying that. So do we all. Okay, so maybe now, if you want to get a little more shading on the shirt, I would just leave this as is and come back with a little darker blue on this side in there, and then just leave a little of that light in there, and just for another little touch of dimension in there. Maybe on the whites here. Oops, that's big. Just hit some very, very, very light, like you are right here. In your beard. Little dabs of shadow. Socks look great. Feet look great. I just love your handling. Right away I thought of the California scene painters when I saw this.
I do like them.
Because they paint very direct, they just one shadow and they're out of there. But one thing about these California scene painters, take a look at them. They always hit their darks. I mean, they hit them hard. They don't mess around. Like you're doing right here in the pants. Oh yeah. That's very much, and this right here is very much like the California scene painters. Light, middle, and dark, and they're out. Yeah, I might darken up the sleeve a little bit, just because it feels like it's part of the background.
Okay.
Yeah, just something like that. That's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, good value on
Thank
the face.
you.
You're welcome. And that was Claudia. Okay, let's see. I don't see the images.
Oh, Rob, XOXO, I sent an image. The third one's a charm.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, cool. Soulful.
I feel like I overworked his face so much, though. That was my issue. And then I just kept getting wetter and wetter.
Well, it's got a soul to it. I mean, this painting has like, you know, like I'll paint the facts a lot of times, you know, and it looks very much like what you're looking at, but you're capturing it's like your intuition is taking over here, and you're capturing more of the soul, and that's what a natural expressionist will do. Yeah, I mean, so. I mean, I like it. The head's technically maybe a little large, okay? But does that bother me as far as the soul goes? Absolutely not. In fact, it's a human being. It's a human's way of stressing that this is what I want you to see, his face. So you'll make it bigger.
I did go back and add a little light to his ear, which made it look so much better because that bothered me that I didn't want that to get dark. I wanted his ear to stay light.
Yeah.
But so I changed it a little bit. But thank you.
Yeah, so all I'm doing here is I'm hitting a couple little shadows, because if you look at the shirt, it looks a little flat. I just came in and hit a couple shadows. See, as it rolls down under, it'll catch a little shadow, things like that.
Okay.
Maybe on this side, a little shadow. I mean, those things can help. It won't affect the soul of your painting, but it might, because you have a lot of lights and darks here, it might push more of the attention onto the face instead of, here he is.
Well, I think we can all appreciate what this man must feel a little bit.
Right. I think you're really picking up on it. See? So I'm just looking for a little more separation between the light and shadow. So see how I can critique this kind of thing, the light and shadow, but I can't say you need to make them feel better. You know, I mean, I've been in classes where our teachers tried to do that, and I'm just sitting there going, it doesn't work. It's not working. I mean, that's the way you make it. That's your take on the situation. I'm into it. But I could see like something like maybe this hand is casting a little bit more of a shadow over the flute there. Maybe it's a little more, and that might help. You got it good over here. That might give you a little more feeling of depth since you're doing it already. Might as well go all the way with it.
Okay.
Little things like that. I like your yellow I like your reds, yellows, and blues in all your background. Gave it a lot of variety. I think I'm going to come back and hit me some more yellow up in mine.
I had fun with it. Thank you so much.
After looking at yours. Okay, thank you. You know, a quick little shadow on the wall too. Like right here.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about right here?
I see it. I'm looking at the picture right now.
A little under there too. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody. I mean, thank you. And not everybody, but let me go back. Dublin, hey. Look at the darks working for you. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we need a little more, I would think a little more resolution in this area. I like these colors. So I might take a little dark in here so that it'd make the hand stand out a little bit more. Change the focus. Oh, maybe in there. I think all this goes pretty about this dark. I don't have a blue like that. Let's see, and the same here, I think we could go a little more shadow in the beard. Maybe not that dark, but a little more shadow in that beard, just to give it some shape. I think I'd throw the face in quite a bit more shadow. Just to make that feel a little bit more in shadow. I want you to work on your shadows.
Yes, okay.
And you are, you can see you are. All right. And as far as I'm concerned, the way you handled the sleeve is just fine. If you want to, you could hit a couple of little ditties in there, but you know, it's fine without them. All right, shadow, maybe a touch of a shadow on the ground can help. Maybe you want to put that little thing out there, a hat if you like, up to you. And I think I'd hit a little more shadow in that ear. So it has like a top side to it, and I hit a little red in that ear too. Maybe that's too much, but a little red in the ear could help. Yeah. I think we're pretty good. Yeah, all of this in shadow. Just take all that. Just take a glaze over this. Just to give it that plane change. Yeah, that shadow right here got red on you. Too red of shadows. I mean, oftentimes they are. Well, when they get too red, like if you get too red in the face, almost make them look like they have a sunburn or something, or, you know?
Yeah.
So you can neutralize that just by adding a little bit of green in it. Gray. And if you want to throw in a little bit of shadow under your sign there, just to get it to feel more dimensional. There's not a lot of dimension in this piece, so we try to get as much as we could. You know, somebody put the sign right in the back there. I thought that was great. All right. I like your colors in the background. Nice. I brought mine down here a little bit more and over. I see you did that too. Yeah. So if you want them to feel more shadow-like, I would probably sort of put a harmonizing glaze of maybe some of this blue. Just take that over the red. You'll still have both the reds, but it'll bring them together. So they feel all like shadow, like one shadow. I noticed mine is too blue. Mine's too much like this, and I didn't get any chance to put any different colors in it, or I wasn't paying attention. So I might mess around with this and put some more colors into it. Okay. So it's shadows.
Yeah.
Think shadows. You're already getting some good dark, so that's it. Really. Think shadows.
Okay, thank you.
And you're another one that you don't have to work on expression, you know, I mean. Okay, here
Thanks
we go.
a lot.
Yeah. Not a question of expression. So, you know, a lot of, like, when I'm sitting there at the beginning of class talking to you about how gravity affects folds and clothes and things like that, that has nothing to do with emotions at all, right? So I can talk about things like that. As far as like look at the jazz of this guy right here. You know, now you got this angular thing going. Do you see it? See it? You're getting the bam, 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 bam. And you got angular knees. This shadow right here, you got a triangle in this shadow and this light right here. You get just feeling very, you went with an angular sort of theme on this.
I guess so. I didn't really think about it. I like sharp angles. That's true. I do.
Yeah, but you know, we got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. And the thing that you're doing is you're doing it everywhere. You improvised on it and
that's true.
And made it your thing. And it totally works. It totally works. I love it.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I love this right here. The way you did that. It's just, especially this. And that has that's coming from not so much an emotional place as it is an abstraction place.
Mm-hmm.
Now they call it abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism doesn't have to be emotional. It doesn't have to be necessarily. I mean, you're getting emotion out of this piece, but it's the abstraction that I'm reacting to.
Oh, great. Yeah.
You're taking the angular thing you see in it and you're going with it. I mean, I think that's great.
Thanks, Rob. I was really wanting maybe a little more soul to it than the way it ended up, but I see from your perspective, I see that, so that's helpful. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I didn't pay too much attention to the background, so I feel like I could go back in there and do something. I'm not sure what.
Well, that's certainly something anybody could do after class. But yeah, in general, all I was thinking was something in general, sort of coming in from up here a little bit darker.
Yeah, I see that.
And maybe coming down onto the ground, just for staging purposes. And since you have that angular theme going, you might want to really think about your brush strokes echoing that,
Yeah.
I mean,
that's helpful. Yeah.
Well, you are getting an emotion out of this. I mean, you saw me react to it.
Yes, that's great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that's coming from God, you know what they don't measure in school? Emotional intelligence. They don't measure it.
They don't. And
and I remember being in school thinking to myself, nobody gets me. I'm sure so many do, but artists are always, this is why they're so torn.
Yes.
Because the normal IQ is what's evaluated, and you're just trying to think, gosh.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Story. I got stories about that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I know the valedictorian. I'm friends with them. Guess what? They're not very smart.
Not that bright.
They just have a really good memory, though. Dang, that memory is amazing.
Stupid things.
Facts. They get all the names and dates right.
Exactly. They're good at memory.
Now ask me to write a reason behind this thing. Whatever the topic is, and I'll write you a dissertation on it, but anyway, exactly. I love the squiggliness. I love the angles. And you carried it out all the way. Look at this. This is just totally abstract. I love it. I mean, I can't say, again, look at the California scene painters for this. They'll do this too.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm as familiar with them. And I wanted to do something that the coat was a little in what am I trying to say? In the world of the man, but the man was a little more pointed, and so the coat is a little more abstract. Yeah.
I mean, you got his actual features in there pretty darn good. So I mean, analytically speaking, you're doing great.
I'm not sure how that happened, but
yeah, I know. Sometimes it just happens, and you just go with it, right?
That's right. I was like, okay, got him.
Got lucky.
Exactly.
Maybe a little more contrast. I don't know. Like the ear. See the value of the ear and the color of the ear. I could see that over his face. It's just a tone darker.
It's just light tone darker in the hand.
On the other hand, if you're liking it, don't touch it. It's working already. So some things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Rob.
You nailed your darks. I don't know what to say. Mostly, yeah, I think mostly we covered it. Okay.
Staging, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And who is the artist? I mean, who's this?
Oh, Ellen.
Ellen. Oh,
Ellen.
yeah. Okay.
Ellen McCartney.
Ellen McCartney. Just
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, Francis, you got to be proud of this one. You there?
I am. I really worked on it this week because I think I painted that guy. I mean, I drew that guy 3 times this week because I thought this was going to be a real challenge for me. So I really worked at it.
Well, good for you.
But I'm not happy with the coat. I think the coat is just a disaster. But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a disaster. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, though. I might smack a couple of darkies down in here.
Okay.
Stuff in there. So that just kind of pulls them in. Maybe it's this line right here that's because it's not going up and around a lot of the bumps, What you can do, though, is you can hit little shadows in it. Here and there, not nearly as dark as I'm hitting them. Maybe I have a blue or something that'll do that.
Okay.
Some just little, kind of a blue-gray shadow. Just hit a couple of those in there, and it'll make you feel bumpy.
Okay.
And let's see. And then I love to do this. Okay, see how you did his shirt all in pattern, but you have no shadow on it. No. I love to do this. I'll do this. I'll set up the shadows first and then come back. And this is the fun part. You just glaze in. Well, like he's got that little shaft of light coming through there. This side's all in shadow. And then he gets a little bit of light down here. So I'll hit all this in shadow, all that in shadow. And it looks like it's part of the code because I did it all in that. But
I see.
I probably should have just done it in blue, yeah. So yeah, glaze over those patterns. The patterns make it look realistic. I don't know what it is about pattern, but you obviously have a thing for pattern look. You're hitting it there, you're hitting it there, you're hitting it there, you're hitting it there, there.
I like complex things.
Patterns are something about human beings. We love patterns. I mean, it's just some people and some artists are just crazy about patterns. We have a whole lot of them in here. A little shadow down there. As you can see, I'm crazy about the pattern of shadows. And if you hang around me enough, you will be too. It's not just me, it's a whole lot of artists. I mean, it's impressionism. Impressionism does that. That's what impressionism is. Capturing the light. You can't paint light unless you know shadows. So it's mostly a shadow thing. Like, look at his face. It feels flat until we hit some shadow on it. A little more. A little touch in there. On the beard. Just needs a little bit more. I think we hit some darks in the shadow too. That's too dark, but whatever.
Okay. So,
the shadows give dimension. They describe the form. I love the pattern. You know, a person who loves pattern, that's abstraction. Everybody loves abstraction. You might not know it, but it's abstract qualities that make you like something in the first place. Abstraction affects us subconsciously.
Mhm.
So it's kind of hard to know it intellectually. Anyway.
I'm not sure his flute or whatever we're calling that instrument, the bag makes sense. You know, the red bag that's between the jacket and the guy. I'm not sure that makes sense, but
the jacket and the guy. There's a red bag in there. Oh, okay. I didn't even know there wasn't. I thought it was part of the jacket.
I think
I might just add a little shadow to it.
Okay.
It's my solution to everything. Just throw a shadow on it. Maybe a little shadow over here on the wall too. Find that. What? You're late on your taxes? Hey, just throw a little shadow on it. You know, no problem. My solution to everything. That's what I tell my tax man. He just, looks at me funny every year. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
He should have looked at me funny this year. Not as funny as last year, though. Last year, I got clobbered. This year, COVID saved me. Hey, nice colors. All right, Carolyn.
I sent you two of them. This is the watercolor one. And then in the next one, I just added some sketch black lines because I thought it needed something.
Oh, you have another one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, so oftentimes we'll use line to get separation. That's probably the deal. I like the line, but you're not using so much line that I can't see your tones and things. If you use such a heavy line, what'll happen is it'll start looking cartoonish, right? Which
Yeah, it just is, especially in his eyes, because the eyes were kind of all mushy.
Yeah. Now, I don't even know if you set out to do this, but you have an overall bluish theme with, so I would say 3/4 of the painting is bluish and like 1/4 of it is the complementary color, which is, now a lot of painters will do that unconsciously, but that's actually a conscious thing that I even teach it. Some people in here have had me, they know exactly what I'm talking about. I'll set out to do a painting that's 3/4 cool, 1/4 warm, or vice versa. So just to let you know, you're doing that on purpose. Nice colors, nice values. Any questions?
Just I was wondering if I have done enough with the value or not.
Maybe a little darker values on the face. I don't have the right colors, but and in here, a little darker. Let me get a little bit bigger brush here.
For the whole face.
Yeah, and then maybe a little warmer than what I'm doing. That's maybe a little bit more of this. Yeah, but just so he feels like he's in more of a shadow. And then I think the bill of the hat really sort of casts this shadow over the beard. Maybe a little darker with that. I mean, your handling of the paint is really good, but like value, all I want you to think about is value. You don't need to think about color.
Okay.
Just think about value. We've talked about this. So,
and I think this is not so difficult. Actually, I tried. I added several glazes to darken it, but maybe I should try different colors that are a little bit more opaque to give me stronger shadow.
well, you're probably using too much water. Yeah. If it's drying light on you, then you're using too much water.
How can you do a glaze without enough water?
Just don't use too much water. Use a heavy paint. You can still see through it, And I mean, or put 2 or 3 glazes on there, you know, more glazes. But I wouldn't go to opaque paint. I
Can't
think you're
hear
okay.
you.
Yeah. And for you, I wouldn't worry about your color. Your color sense, your sense of
Uh-oh.
color, you'll look at it and you go, no, that doesn't work. So I'm not, that's not at all what I'm talking about. It's only value. Only value. See, up here is probably a lot darker. We just want to get that sense that, you know, that this is in light and that the other's in shadow. So the reason I'm putting a darker background here is so your lights will pop out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's a value thing. That's not a color thing.
Mm-hmm. I actually tried, but the execution leaves a lot to be desired.
Leave it lighter over here so you get the contrast. Remember I was saying earlier, things don't look like they're outside unless they have something light behind them, behind the shadow.
Yep.
So I would fade that into the light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's only value. Just so you guys know that this is a learning lesson for everyone. Always, I've seen this in every colorist. You're just coming from an emotional place. Colorists are coming from an emotional place. That's who I am. I mean, I had to learn to be analytical. I mean, and people who are really strong at value are usually more analytical. And the color is the thing that suffers. So one's going to suffer. Hardly anybody's perfectly balanced. You will get to a point, though, where you'll get so much better at value. And then you want to, the color just comes along with it because you're a natural colorist. So everybody's natural at something. It's true. I can find anybody. So, okay. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. Always the downfall of the colorist is value. I see it every time, and I just want everyone to know that if you're a natural colorist, this is how I conquered the problem, because I had that problem so much. I just worked on value, and trusted my color. Sometimes I come up with stinky color, you know? And you know what? I don't even care. As long as my values are right, I'd be happy. Because it's so hard for a colorist to get that. All right. Michelle. Hey.
It's a little wet.
Yeah.
And I think a storm is coming in, swallowing him.
Like a hand?
Turkish storm.
Like a hand right here.
I know.
Going to get you. I could see you biting up some of that color right up here. And then just like what we just said, and then fading it to keep it light. Light over on this side. So I would stretch a little of this color, maybe right up to there, just set off these lights. And then keep it light over here to set off these shadows. Now the reason they're not setting off enough is because I think a little bit more value on the face to get to separate from the background a little bit more. That's all.
Yeah. His jacket became a big lump, and then I had to do some
Delumping.
Delumping.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you on that one. Right. So now you'll see a little bit more plane changes in the hand. See, all I did, because it's, remember, this part of the hand is facing upward, so you're catching more light. This is going downward, so you're catching a halftone. And then right here on the wrist is facing upward again, so you're catching more light. So I wouldn't put like a dark shadow here or anything, but some sort of halftone over this midsection of the hand will give you a little dimension there. And I get some dark on the palm in here. I just gather that all up.
Yeah,
A couple more.
I was trying to keep the lights and the dark separate so much that it was puzzly.
Right. Yeah. So that just means that you need a harmonizing glaze. When the values get a little scattered, think harmonizing glaze. You need something to bring it together.
Glaze. Okay.
Yeah.
Just cut out some of the PC.
Yeah. Yep. You need to bring it together.
I love this subject. It's really beautiful. I'm gonna try it again.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I just, I first looked at it and I thought, what a great photo. And then I go, wow, the light's really great. This would be a good one for us to study light. So that's usually what I'm thinking. Something like that order. Maybe some more stretched out over there too. And then I would just gradate it to something lighter. Your jacket has lights and it has shadows. So what I would do is come up with a midtone and hit, just before they go into shadow, just hit a couple of these little midtones. Like, yeah, it just needs a couple of little midtones in there. So see, like on the sleeve here, you have light and you have shadow. You need something in between. That's too much.
Funny, I was working without my glasses today, so everything was maybe more basic. I could only see light or shadow.
That might be a good idea, actually.
I know, right? It was an experiment.
I've done it. I go out and paint when I do big paintings. I don't wear my glasses, and then I'll put them on later, and I go, wow, it's amazing. It's actually a good thing to do because it forces you to be more general. So
yeah,
I heard it was a good technique.
My head feels so light too.
I know, huh? Without these things on there, gosh, I know.
Yeah, it's free.
Well, you have good darks. Yeah, you usually hit your darks really good. So again, it has that California scene painter look because of the freshness of the way you're painting. Yeah, it looks really fresh. Look at those California scene painters. I keep forgetting their names. Brent? Brandt or something like that. Yeah. There's a couple of them that are really standouts. I know Milford Zorn was one of them, I think. But or is it Millard Sheets? Is that it? No, Milford Zorn. I forgot. I get those two confused all the time. I'm just not the big name person. The eyes do look a little dark. So I might, whatever, maybe when you put the shadow over that, that'll look better. Because mine kind of lighten them up.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Okay.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Great subject.
Thanks. A little something dark in there too. Okay. And Pamela. All right. Good darks. Again, I can see some midtones. You have good darks, good lights. Some like midtones, like let's say on the shirt here. Some of that in there, some blue grays. Leaving it light. I'm sorry. So I'm just looking for some midtones. Like here on the sock. This shadow will be, not as dark as other things. Probably a couple of shadows in this white stripe. And you see on the, what do you call this thing? The jacket. Look for some midtones in there. You have you have this jacket bending into the light, so we can hit a little shadow there. So we have the dark and the shadow, a medium, and then the light. I'm just looking for some mediums in here. Probably down at the bottom, you'll get some. Those medium values will help you. Same in the face, darker. So the value of the face is almost the same as the beard. So we just need some value. Your colors are fine. Value, darker, darker, a little darker on the bottom part of the ear. The beard has a bottom to it and kind of a soft edge cast shadow because, you know, the hair will break up the edges of the shadow. So it'll give you a soft edge there. Cast a little bit of a shadow over the flute. A little bit of shadow in the hand. So remember we talked about it's not really shadow, it's more like a mid-tone right here on the metacarpal or whatever it's called. Just the square part of the hand right there. And
correct.
Metacarpal? Okay, yeah. What's it called on the foot, George?
Metatarsal.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, I forgot the difference.
Yeah, the tarsal bones are in the ankle.
Yeah.
And then the metatarsal and the phalanges of the toe. And the carpal bones, carpal, are in the wrist. And then it's the metacarpals and the phalanges are in the fingers.
Right, phalanges. So I put a blue tone over your lights on the shirt, and then I came in with a little bit darker for the shadows on the shirt. It can get confusing. A lot of soul in this guy, though. Kind of caught his expression. Are you there, Pam? No? Okay. All right, I think I covered it. Yeah, mostly mid-tones and shadows. Pay attention to those. I think we're good. Okay, let's move along. Stefan, is that Anne?
Stefan, yes, it is.
Yeah, I remember it. I have some memory. Now, hey, did you do the pattern on his shirt first and then glaze it later?
I did.
That's cool. I like to do that. I mean, it works.
The pattern, but then it bled in the bottom, but that was okay in the shadow.
Yeah, that pattern's a little too much, little too fine for me.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It looks cool. All right, so let's see. Now, remember on now some people were doing the arm a little too straight.
Yeah.
And like this. And I was telling them to get too round or to get maybe rounder with it. Maybe yours is a little bit on the round side.
Oh, okay.
A little. So then maybe what we could do is just add a little bit more, a little bit more of a corner.
Okay.
A little bit more of a corner there, I think would help. That's oftentimes the case with the elbows. That happens quite a bit. And I think we can break up a lot of this. It's probably the round thing that's really doing it. We can break up a lot of the round with just hitting some very light little, these are way too dark. I don't have anything very light. Maybe I'll have this lavender here. Some very light little interruptions in it.
Okay.
Because it has little, I mean, a shadow on white is very light, you know. So if the shadow on the white in the beard is probably about that value, not the same color, but I have something gray, it's probably gonna be, yeah, too dark. But we do want to block off the beard here into lights and shadows as well. So Look for the blocking out so you have a light side and a shadow side. Very different. And then with his face, I think it use a lot more value.
Need to go darker. Okay.
Yeah, darker and even darker.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And see, that's what makes it feel like it's in shadow. It's value. And don't worry, I mean, your value was probably a lot better when you put it on. And then it dries, you know, and it's watercolor, it dries darker. This is why people have more of a problem with value in watercolor than in oil.
Yeah.
And that's the reason, because the paper drinks it up and you're like, hey, what's going on? And then you know what happens though? Oftentimes it looks really good. It's light value, so you just leave it. But
well, that was what with his face. I was actually happy with his face. I don't do a lot of drawing of faces, and so I'm enjoying this very much. And then
it does look good.
Now I thought, oh, it came out well.
So you notice the drawing of the face and your positioning of the nose and the eyes. I have no problem with that at all. That's the hard part. By far, that's the hard part. Value, okay, so that would fall under the category of shape. Your shapes are fine. Values. I can tell you're a natural colorist because your values are actually really good in the blues, but for some really light in the skin. So, but you didn't miss. I mean, your colors are great everywhere. You don't have any color that looks awful anywhere.
Oh, well, thank you.
So I want you to think value.
Okay.
You have some pretty good values in the hat here, but for some reason on the face, you just went light.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Just cover him up.
Just put a glaze over his face. It's called a face glaze. No, I'm just joking. Okay. A little bit more on the palm. That makes it feel like it's in shadow and this is in the light. So we need to smack those a little harder. Down here too.
Yeah, I had done that while I was listening to you with other people. I had added a little bit more shadowing down on his legs and socks. And, yeah, and in there too. Okay.
Yep. All right.
Great.
All right.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Diane. All right. So now your values and colors are right on. I mean, there's subtle things we can talk about, but I know you know the subtle things, so.
Oh, hi, Rob.
Hi.
Sorry, I didn't know I was up. I'm sorry, what did you say? I'm sorry.
I said your values are really nice. You gave him a white shirt, and that's just fine with me. It works.
Well, I didn't have a chance to put his little checks in yet, but
You're going to do that? Wow. If you do that, I'll just give you an A.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to put all those extra, like the tile and the floor or his little checks in, but.
Right.
Yeah.
So, in other words, you've got all the basics in there. Everything else is just subtlety, and I know I've seen you do subtlety, so I know that that's not a problem. Maybe another dark under here, possibly. I don't know.
Oh yes, since waiting, I've smacked him around a bit.
Yeah, you smacked him around. Okay.
I've smacked him. I've smacked him a bit in his face.
I need a little button here that I can push where it goes, pew, pew, like a little smack button. Right, I could probably maybe see something in the background, maybe a little division. I mean, just.
Yep, that got darker too.
Okay, and then maybe a little tone back there.
Okay, I didn't do that, but yeah, I should.
I wouldn't put it on this side because
That's the shadow.
It'll kill your shadow.
Okay, got it.
So I'll leave that up to you. It looks fine the way it is. Cool painting. So you got your darks, you got your midtones, and you got your lights. Any
Yeah,
questions? I mean, I could see a couple of midtones, like, so you got the light of the hand and the shadow of the hand. So I could see probably some sort of midtone in between, like
Yeah,
transitionary.
yes. I need to go back in and do some of those just little details, but I won't get real fussy with those. Oh, and I went back in I strengthened the flute, so the shadow that's cast by the fingers looks a little better.
Oh, good.
Yeah, just to make it, and I think I added a darks to the bottom of the flute and just a little bit on the top, so it looks like it's round rather than
Right, a little more shadow to the flute. Yeah. Yep. Shadows did it, and I like how you didn't make a big, ginormous composition out of it. You just focused on the guy. That's fine.
Yeah, with all the details you're talking about with the drapery and everything, I thought I better try to work a little larger just so that I could try to get those features in that you were talking about. So I liked the choice of material. It was great. Thank you.
Good. Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Another beauty. Hey, Betsy, nice one. You really hit those darks too. You got this tree in there. That was a good move. And you got this, threw a little yellow. Now, did that leak from the?
Yeah, it did from the.
I like it though.
Jacket.
Looks intentional. Or did you bring it over here and bring it over here
I did. It was lighter over there.
to tie it in?
You can see a little more of it.
Yeah.
Now, would you darken under the tree? So I've seen the background needs
Yeah.
a bit harder there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good idea. Some of this stuff,
Yeah.
and maybe a little onto there.
Yeah. I did it, but it's real subtle. Too subtle.
Yeah, that's the thing about watercolor is a very beautiful, subtle looking medium, but to get it to do what you want to do, sometimes you have to really force things. You have a good sense of light and shadow on your guy. I could see the shadow on his face a little darker.
Okay.
A little darker. So it really separates.
Okay.
And you get these shadows nice and dark. Especially in here.
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you a little more dimension.
Okay.
So you have a light and shadow on the sock or on his leg. A little bit of midtone in there. Something. So you have the light, midtone, and then shadow.
Okay.
And I don't mind seeing the steps either. I don't mind seeing like a light, midtone. I actually like to see that personally. It just means it just doesn't look fussy to me. It shows me an artist that got in and got out and didn't fuss over it too much. And all right. It works for me. Yeah.
I'll add my shadows.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Love the tree. Great move. All right. This is Louisa, right? I think is this Louisa? Yeah.
Sorry, I have a number 2.
Oh,
Sorry, because I added a background.
hey. Right. So now let's see. Because his face does look a little light, I'm wondering if we did put a shadow over there. How are we going to be? Is it going to blend right into the background? I think the color separates. Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just make it, see how the hands feel a little flat.
Mhm.
So we come in with a little shadow on the side there.
It is funny what you're doing now. I did, but I guess I have to do it more.
Too much water.
Yes, I heard what you said to another student, and I think that's it. Yes, and I did put some reddish on top of the knuckles, and you see it doesn't show.
Yeah, too much water.
Okay.
It's okay. It's the Achilles heel of every watercolorist. I mean, I can sit here all day and say, you're using too much water, you know, but it's another thing to actually do it. I mean, it's an issue we all have. We all have it. And, you know, the more you paint, the more you paint, the more you cure those things. I mean, one thing I have to tell you, as far as the technique of watercolor painting goes, I used to do a portrait almost every week on commission. So, you know, and I did that for years and years. So it just makes you good technically.
Yes.
And all those murals I did, oh my gosh. You have to force everything with a mural. With murals, you have to go like this. To get something to pop.
Right.
It's not delicate at all because outside in that bright light, and oh man, you just have to force everything. So that's another thing. So anyway, I can see you hitting some darks down here. Yeah, maybe some dark in there. Some dark down here. Just to get things to kind of roll around.
Well, I'm glad, you know, everything you say is what I tried to do. And as you say, I must be using too much water, but I'm happy that I guess my thinking is correct.
Well, it all starts with the thinking.
I'm just not doing it enough. And so that's,
you watch when it starts happening for you more.
Yeah.
Because you're doing a lot of things right. But when it starts happening for you even more, it's painting is little successes. I can't tell you, you know, when I was a young, impatient painter, I wanted it all right now, you know, and some of the lessons I've learned took like a decade, honestly. I mean, the small lessons.
Yes.
I learned a lot of the big lessons really fast, but a lot of the small things, man, I'm telling you, it took years.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what.
I'm learning every week. I am learning something new, even though we talk about values, you know, galore.
Yeah.
Like today, I learned more about value, even though intellectually I know it, but to do it and to see it with other students doing it, it's really, I guess it gets in my dense brain.
Intellectually is nice. I remember when I took perspective, I was like, I got all this stuff, no problem.
Yeah, but doing it is the other thing. Exactly. Yeah.
Getting your brain wrapped around it.
But this was a great subject to paint, Robert. Somebody playing a musical instrument, I find is very inspiring.
You know what? Why don't we do more of that? Why didn't I think of that? You know, I didn't even think of that. I should have thought of that. Wow. Because I have all these paintings of jazz musicians. You know, I've done all these jazz festivals for years.
Oh, great.
I should show you. I won awards. Society of Illustrators Gold Medal Award. I did the Brecker Brothers for the Playboy Jazz Festival. I mean, I know. I mean,
I'd love to do music related stuff. Yeah.
Let's see.
Or dancers, you know.
Or almost anything that where it tells a story where the figure is doing something, you know.
Yes.
If you'll notice, most of what Degas did, now he did do the polo players, which is, I would say, athletics, but was almost always some artist doing something. So it was dancers, and he did do the bathers too, but musicians. He was constantly painting art, artists doing some sort of art. That's why artists like to paint, like chefs and craftspeople doing some painting a person heavily involved with a craft. I love that.
Yeah.
I painted my dad once. I did a painting of my dad making shoe, like on his anvil, smacking a horseshoe,
Yeah.
Things
or
like that.
a chef in a kitchen with lots of fire and smoke going on.
I would love that. That would be great. Yeah.
Served
Every time I go into a restaurant, and I just think, especially or before when you see the chefs behind the counter preparing the food and all that, I thought, oh my gosh, that would make such a great painting.
It is. It's the best.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Robert.
Thank
I
you.
guess you need to move on to other people, but I appreciate every minute of it. Thank you.
Well, I like this. This. Now I got some more ideas. More ideas. I mean, I have all these ideas sort of written down, but it helps. See now, Mitsuko, you never miss the soul. Look at the soul in this. Look at this. So soulful. And your technique is great.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I mean, so what am I here to do? I'm the teacher. I should be taking your class.
No way.
I mean, look at this. She gets the spirit of the thing. She gets the spirit of it, and also has technique to match. I mean, your technique is so soulful as well. Your color choices are very, it feels a little bit on the downside, a little grim, but look at the subject matter. I mean, I don't know. It depends on your interpretation. Maybe this is a professional musician out there, or maybe he's on hard times, I mean, depends on which slant. I don't know what it says on his thing there, but I have a feeling he needs a little money to eat. Anyway, very soulful. Wow.
Oh, I am glad that you said soulful. I thought it's not enough. I like to make it more expressionist, like paintings. But I couldn't think of changing the background or anything. So.
You know what always adds the soul, the spiritual, for me in your paintings is the way you use line.
Oh, okay. So more lines, maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, let's see. I don't know if it'll help. I don't know. I don't know if it really helps.
Oh, you mean like contour?
Could be. Oh, you do lines all over the place. I mean, I see a little of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of weird. How do you be more soulful? See, I can show you the analytical part. It's not difficult. How do you be more soulful? Paint from your soul more.
Yeah.
Like those. You have a big thing for pattern too.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I like Emil Note and
yes,
people like that too. So not so much think about like shadows and stuff, but
right.
I still wanted to study shadows and stuff. So I put it
right.
Then what to do more.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference. When you look at the difference between impressionists and expressionists, that's the big difference. A lot of the expressionists, they know what the impressionists know, but they want more. They want to dig into the soul of what they're looking at. And, you know, oftentimes what I'm teaching is, or you'll see like today, it's more impressionism. It's not photorealism or anything. It's an impressionist. It's a recording of how the light. But you're doing more of what Van Gogh is after, and so many of other artists that looked up to Van Gogh are. So it's more of the soul. Now, I would take a heavy look at Van Gogh because when he paints the potato. Farmers. This guy looks like one of them. He does. Look at the way he handles them. Lots of line, heavy line. I don't know if that would help though. We'll see.
Okay, I'll take a look and see what I can do to.
It does feel Van Gogh.
Expression.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty expressive though, I gotta say so. All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Janine, hey. So this is what I would call more of an impressionist piece. So the thing is, the soul is found in the way that the light records the object. I mean, this man himself is already pretty soulful. Now you did do a few things. You did kind of like skinny him up a little bit in the face. So he does like in his legs a little bit more. I mean, he does look like he needs a bite.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, you're doing a great job of just recording the light faithfully. It's a beautiful painterly rendition.
Oh, thanks.
Nice, good mid-tones, nice darks, good. I can really feel the shadow, and you got the heat in his face too. You got a lot of temperature change in his face. I could have used more heat in mine. I can see he smacked a little light on his beard there just to pop that a little bit too, huh?
Yes. Yeah.
And the white, yeah, that works. So, any questions?
Oh, no, not really.
Yeah, pretty good.
I like it, I guess. I try to not self-correct. I often self-correct as I go along, and and I just kept plugging along until I finished, and I'm okay with it.
Is this watercolor?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
She's popping a couple of little white things on there once in a while.
Yeah, it looks terrific.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, thank you. I tried to not overwork it, really. I mean, I want to go in and do stuff, but I tend to just overwork it. So
yeah,
it's my effort for the day.
Yeah.
It's good effort. Look how impressionistic the face looks. Everyone, look at the cools, the warms. And then, so when you look it up here, it just looks like abstraction almost. And then you go back here and it all comes together.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing the way you did the face and didn't make it muddy.
Yeah.
You're not using a lot of water, right?
I guess well, I trying to learn this medium, and before it was too light. So now I'm just kind of just going for it and just letting it. So I guess I went just real saturated. At the beginning, I did all the darks first and then worked my way back.
Yeah.
So it just started out dark. And then I went back in and put in the, little sort of the darkest little areas. But yeah, I think it started dark.
No, I'll just to let a lot of the people know that are more beginners. Janine is very schooled on all the academics, and her technique in other mediums is awesome. So what I'm saying is, it's not, if you have good technique in another medium, it's not that difficult. It's only a technical thing to learn a new medium, and you're learning. I mean, you're learning it almost instantly, which is. But see, she's already got decades of experience, so I just don't want to frighten like new painters. New painters that see this are going, well, she did this on the first try. She's just learning this medium. She might be learning the medium, but she's not learning how to paint. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
What brand of watercolor are you using?
It's just some little traveler, inexpensive thing. It's like a Winsor Newton Cotman.
Yeah.
It's like, and I think that's not a particularly expensive one. But
Yeah, that's the student grade paint.
Oh, okay. So I probably, it's just something I had.
Yeah.
But I know George suggested Holbein.
Yep.
And so that's probably what I'll do. I might even get some different and better results.
I don't think you need it.
Oh.
Okay. Well, we all need good paint, but the fact is that a schooled painter and an experienced painter can make almost anything look good. You could take crayons and make it look good, But nice work.
Oh gosh, thank
nice
you.
One. I especially love the temperature of the skin, how you really heated that up. It really separates, from the background and everything. Makes for more interesting
and
paint.
I need to say that was the last thing. I took a picture of it to send it to you.
Yeah.
And I looked at it, the face was too light. And so I really needed, I did go back in and add some of the ruddiness.
Yeah.
Because I needed to see the contrast between the warmth of the face, that's sort of dark, against the beard. And I almost was the same when I took the picture. So I needed, at the end, that did help a lot.
So you had to force some.
I had to force the heck out of it, yeah.
Yeah. You smacked it. Good.
Yes.
So instead of smacking dark, you smack saturation. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Henry.
Hi, Rob. I'd like to comment that I really appreciate your from dark to light approach, which is very much like my own habit. So that's why I like your class.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with smacking it dark real early.
Yeah.
I was taught that a long time ago in oil painting, but the reason the teacher told me to do that was because it's a good way to assess your other values. When you have a dark in there, you can see what your mediums are, which Yeah. So I try to fire some kind of dark in there really early.
Yeah.
You got, look at these darks. Kaboom! They're really dark.
Oh, I get a second one. I shared the back. Did you get is this the second one or the
Let me see it.
first one?
I didn't look.
I'm sorry.
Is this it?
Yeah. Is that
it?
Oh, that's the one you got, maybe. Anyway, it doesn't look much different, huh? I did add the shadow. It's number 2. Yeah, this is number 2 is the latest. Yeah.
Oh, maybe you just sent it.
Okay. Yeah,
I haven't got it yet.
Yeah. Oh, just that one you're pointing at. This is
This
number
one?
2. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. I didn't see number 1. Okay.
I think you got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you do a little white in the beard?
No, it's
looks good.
paper. I didn't use any gouache on this one. There might be a little gouache in the color in the paint, in the Holbein paint, but I didn't use any pure gouache in this one. Just
going to be a purist today.
Yeah, all transparent almost.
All right. Nice looking painting.
Thank you. Very good class.
You know what I really love? Look at the way he handled this shoe. It's so like shoey.
Yeah, I just did the dark first and then glazed some color.
And this is something that the Sumi painting will teach anybody is look at the calligraphic strokes everywhere. Look at these calligraphic, I mean, boom, right? Boom. Look at these darks. Chicka, chicka, chicka. That is, now, if you take a look at Sargent, that's where Sargent really got that from looking at Eastern painting. You had to.
I also like John Marin. He's
John Marin.
Extreme.
Yeah.
On strokes.
Not just Sargent, but I say Sargent, but so many American painters, we get that sort of, look how choppy that leg looks up here. And then it's doing all it needs to do down there. Great. Yeah, look at the way he handled the jacket over here. Just chop, chop, chop. Love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do anything. The hands look a little orange, maybe. I mean, maybe he just has a tan. Some people do. Maybe I would throw a little bit more warm into there. I don't know. Small things.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit of a side to it here.
Yeah.
So you get the top getting light, this getting light, and maybe this going into a mid-tone. I like the warm in the face. Nice. I'm wondering, do you think that's dark enough? Let's see. Yeah, I think it's dark enough. I mean, so I might get something dark back on this one, possibly. I know. If this has any issues at all, they're really minuscule.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice work. All right, we got. Oh, you're welcome. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Gail. Hey, Gail. Looks like we need some darks.
All right.
A lot of midtones, a lot of lights. We need some darks. Now, okay, let's say his beard got a little dark on you. No big deal. Maybe he just has less gray in his beard. But I still would like to see a little more shadow on the shadow side of his beard. We'll just say it's a darker beard. All right, so that's fine. Now this looks like lights hitting the side of his face right there, and I don't even mind that because it looks logical.
I know, I left it.
Yeah. So right, So I might cast a little bit of a shadow over the very top, though. See, because the hat would cast a little bit of a shadow right there in your red color. Other than that, I think you're fine. It looks like he's got a light eye or something. I might put a little shadow over that. See?
Yeah, that looks better.
It's just a little something in there. Yeah, some darks in here. Some like mid-tone little shadows occasionally on there. Very light on the white. Nice and dark in here. Really nice and dark under here. All this really nice and dark. Kind of let's gather up your shadows because nothing down here would be in light. That's what makes it feel like light. You keep all the shadows one property, like over here, keep it one property of value. And then there's your light little streak. And then you got little shadows coming down in here. So you just get a glaze that harmonizes all your shadows. So what I do is I group my shadows into a value like this, and I keep my lights the same, another value. So see, right now it almost looks like lights hitting right down here.
Mm-hmm.
So no big deal. We just throw shadow over it. No big deal. Group that into shadow. Group all this into shadow. Group this into shadow. And that makes that little sliver of light coming through the work. A little darker down there, a little darker here. It's just grouping your shadows and nailing those darks. Nail those darks. A little bit of shadow underneath there. Nice head. I kind of like the little light on the side of his head. I'm thinking about maybe putting that into mine. It's possible. It could happen. It could happen. If you wanted to, with a little gouache, you could hit a little light on his beard, but
I reworked that.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Okay. I think we're doing pretty good after that. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Gil, there's George.
Hi.
I had to play a song. It feels peppy. This painting peps me up.
Good.
Those colors, if they don't pep you up, nothing will. I might cast a little bit of a shadow under his hand right here onto the flute, just to get a little touch of dimension.
Okay.
Maybe a little shadow on this hand in the palm.
Yeah, okay.
Again, little things. You know, what you got going for you is the color of his face is so different than the color of the background that it just reads as shadow. I don't think you need to really go any darker. I like how you put that eye on the other side too. It's like, I know it's like this.
I thought I saw it in the photo.
It probably is. Okay. Let's see here. Neat looking colors.
Well, thanks.
Just anytime you exaggerate anything, you're going to get expression. That's where it comes from. So exaggerated colors. It just feels upbeat. It's an optimistic
Good.
take.
I've decided that's the direction I should go because, I mean, everyone else's paintings are just so fine, and mine are more like pop art.
Well, pop art's big in the world. I mean, you know, everybody's always loved it.
Yeah.
Impressionism. We could do some more pop art stuff. I mean, I love pop art personally.
Yeah.
Well, I have fun doing it, and that's the important thing.
I'd love to show you guys a pop art slant. Now, like Wayne Thiebaud mixes impressionism with pop art and gets all kinds of things. So, but he's one example. There's plenty of. What's his name? Alice Neal. Alice Neal mixes a bunch of stuff up and gets. Maybe we'll do that next week. I'll tell you what. We're gonna find like a chef or something and paint it Alice Neal inspired or something.
Oh, perfect. I love that.
Would you?
What about Sue
Yes,
Teen?
yes, Rob. Alice Neal.
Well, Sue Teen wouldn't be pop art, but
No, but I mean, he did an interesting chef once, a pastry chef.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Definitely. Oh, I'll look into it.
Okay.
Anyway, nice painting. Nice optimistic looking thing. I mean, you know, it really
Well,
I
thank
swear, you know, your direction is so solid. You know, always what you do looks like you did it. You know, as far as the rest goes, you know, people think that people that aren't into marketing or they don't know about marketing, they don't realize that that is the thing when it comes, because there's always an audience for any type of artwork out there. You just need to keep repeating it over and over and over, and then it's all about marketing. As far as the fame goes, it's all about marketing. I don't, you know, if I knew more about marketing, I'd be a famous artist. But I need to, and I need that. That's where I need to go next.
We think you're famous.
Yeah, locally. But you know, so what I'm saying is, but your art is solid. So, you know, the rest would be the hard part, I think, which is the galleries and all that. I know people that are not, I know people that aren't very good at the art part, but they know all about the marketing part. And so they just come up with some quick little thing and then they market the heck out of it.
Mm.
Yeah. One good example of that, and she's actually a pretty darn good artist too. But her, you know who Jane Seymour is, that actress?
Yeah, actress. Yeah.
I used to teach her privately, and she just did these paintings of hearts, just hearts.
Oh yeah.
You know, and you know, she actually did all these other paintings too. She did impressionism and stuff. That's why she had me come out and help her, because she didn't really know that much about it. And boy, would she pick up quick though. She picks up really fast. So she's very talented. But she just did these she just did these hearts, and she has a gallery in her house. I mean, you got to see this house. It's unbelievable. It's a flipping castle. And
she made jewelry out of those hearts.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. And she had this agent come over there, and this agent just knew exactly how to market her. So they just take everything she does and they market it like crazy, and they know exactly what they're doing. And that's what creates the fame, not the quality of the artwork. You would think, you know, the quality of the artwork. She's probably as famous as Sargent, though. You know, as far as being well known.
It was Kay Jewelers, I think, that promoted her hearts.
Mm-hmm. Nice jewelry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do. They know how to promote. Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome. Anyway, that got me off on a tangent there. Sorry. Toby. Hey.
Hi.
Very light and watercolory. Yeah. And you did get a pretty good value over the face. Wow.
Well,
maybe a good value over his beard too, huh?
Yeah.
I give it a little separation between the light and the shadow.
Oh, okay.
So there's a little sliver of light hitting the hitting the beard right here, and all this is over in the shadow. Okay. That value is really good. I wish we were a little lighter in the background.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just because I think that would set off these shadows a little bit more.
So the face there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm having a lot of problems right there. That's big. I couldn't fix that. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, maybe you're adding too much face on that side or something?
Yes, I did.
So the nose.
Yeah, I added face that was not there.
So what you do is maybe just cut in with the background like this, cut in a little bit like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then with the eyes, don't make them so dark. Just keep it really vague. I would just keep it, yeah, kind of like, let's see.
I did have a vague version, then I darkened them. I've been,
yeah.
The face, I was trying to get it right, but it just couldn't quite do that. So.
And then maybe darker with the eyebrows.
Okay.
I think his shtick is the eyebrows.
I know. They're
He's got himself some serious eyebrows, yeah. So you see, all I did was just push and pull a few values and cut into his face a little bit. The folds in the fabric look fine. they get a little repetitive. See, see how they're almost equally spaced? So watch that.
Yeah, okay. I didn't really focus. I did not spend any time on that at all. So that's, yeah.
If that's not anything you want to, then just throw a little tone over it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't stand out so much, that's all. And a couple little tones in these whites, I think, would help that. Now, in the hands, it's neat what you've done. What I'd like to see is just a little more contrast. A little more contrast.
Okay.
So you get the inside of the hand over here, the side of the hand over there, and so it'll separate from the top. And then a little bit something dark in the palm there. Maybe not that dark, but a little something darker in there. Maybe this would be in shadow. Yeah. You get some good darks in there. Some midtones in the jacket, just some midtones. So you have dark, midtone, and then light. Although I call them little floating strokes. If they don't have a midtone, they just look floating. So
yeah,
a couple more here too. And a couple of those little floating strokes aren't a bad thing. Yeah, they're not a bad thing. Just a few little midtones in there, I think, would help. That's all.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah. Other than that, I think we're looking good. I think we're looking good. I love this. These sort of abbreviated lines that happen when you throw a tone over them, and they just get kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that part too.
I do. That's the abstract part, right? And
Yeah.
of course, the fact that we love blooms in a watercolor and things like that's abstraction. So
yeah,
incorporate as much abstraction as you can. I love abstraction,
Okay, I'm gonna send you my never mind. I have this little value study. I actually was gonna send that in because I think it turned out better.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Very abstract.
Sure, I'd love to see it.
Thank you.
Dorsha. I'll look at the second try. Hey. All right. And I love, your little squigglies on the ground. I'm glad you didn't, you see how you put the squigglies? You didn't put them like this. You put them like this.
Meaning what?
These little squigglies on the ground.
Yeah. So what should I have done with them?
No, you did it right.
Oh, okay.
See how they feel like they're a part of the ground in perspective. They feel like they're in perspective. See?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Even though you're just squiggling them down there, they feel like they're in perspective. Well, what I mean is what some people will do is they'll put the squigglies down like this. And
okay.
Tilts everything up. So obviously you can see that your perspective is fine because you did the hand. A lot of times they'll do the hat like this too. They'll do the hat like this.
Okay. Yeah, I was really trying to mirror what I saw in the photo.
Yeah. So let's see.
That lap was that. That's a challenge. That lap.
The lap, yeah. Maybe some more darks here at the bottom. A little darker.
Yeah.
We need a plane change between the top and the bottom. The top, the side, and the bottom. We need something darker.
Okay.
Darker in here.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, nice and dark. You got that pretty dark down there. This is good. Some of these, maybe a couple of strokes in there. You got this side of the hand pretty good. Maybe something dark over the hand here.
Yeah, I kept adding a little shadow, a little red shadow to the side, but not the full palm. Probably should have.
And I could see more shadow over this.
Okay.
And then I could see the beard, shadow part of the beard.
Okay.
Just like when you squint your eyes, even though I don't have the right colors, when you squint your eyes, you can see how it really separates into shadow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah, so if you can think of any of the cylinders, like for instance the legs or the sleeves, you know, here we have this cylinder of the leg moving that way, like right here, right? So it has a side to it and a top to it. Same with this. So as it comes into the light, you want a little bit of mid-tone. So it just so it doesn't go from light to shadow.
Okay.
A couple little mid-tones in there, mid-tones. See?
That and the coat was, I had no idea how to do that. I really struggled with that. So it just looks like a mound of things.
Well, we didn't put a lot of attention into it. It's okay. But all I'm saying is just a couple of mid-tones in there. That's fine. See, right here you have a lot of mid-tones. So then you need a couple of little good strong darks like at the base. See, all I'm doing is hitting some darks in your mid-tones right there.
Okay.
And then you got this dark right here that was sort of floating, so I hit a mid-tone around it. See, if I take them off, see, it feels isolated all by itself here. So it just needs some mid-tones.
Can you put them back on so I can take a picture?
Can I?
Would you?
Oh, will they do? Yeah, there you go.
Good.
You always have the recording too, remember?
I find that difficult to access. My computer's old.
Okay. Wow, you got that picture on there? I can't believe you did that.
That was fun.
You're out of control. Look at that. That looks good. I mean, it looks dimensional. I might still throw a little shadow down here.
Okay.
But wow, I'm impressed.
Thanks.
I left it out because I thought, that's too hard. I'm a chicken. All right. And just remember the shadow will be darker right underneath him. And it progressively gets lighter and then lighter. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Can you picture that?
I really enjoyed doing this one, except for the coat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you like that. I did too. I had a lot of fun demoing that one. That was a lot of fun.
I enjoyed doing the background too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That started out very light with no dimension. And then as people were being, as you were doing the crit, I just kept playing with it and it got more and more fun.
Oh, good. Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see what we have now. Okay. Do we get everybody? Did I miss someone?
No. Carol O'Toole and Suzanne Coulter.
You missed those two.
Oh. I must have jumped you guys.
Yes, you did.
Oh. If I did, you can always say something. Sorry. And sometimes when I'm skipping over to...
Yes, go to another version of somebody. Yeah.
But I always ask at the end, so anyway. Suzanne?
Yes.
All right. Nice. Well, you did that sleeve really good. Wow. One heck of a sleeve right there. And you got the folding. See, by adding all these folds right at the joint, you get a feeling of, things moving around in space. So I would hit a couple more in here like this.
Okay.
And then this one would go this way. A bit more, maybe not totally. I'd have to look at the photograph, but I know they got this one doing that. This one doing that, and yeah. So it kind of looks like an arrow. All right, and maybe something over there. It looks good. Your pattern, you did the pattern too? On his shirt. Let me see if I can. Well, you even put a little light on his nose.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize. Wow, that was smart. You're getting slick on me now. That works. It does. Hey, if you really want to get slick, then try some of this. Hit a little dark right under his hat.
Yeah, okay.
It progressively will get lighter as it gets away from, maybe a little dark under there. And then, of course, dark over the front of this. A little shadow over the top of that.
Yeah, I added that later. Yeah, I noticed.
So the hand would cast a little shadow over the flute there and there.
Okay.
I like your hand right here. Really, really angular.
Gnarly.
I might throw some shadows all around the bottom part of it. Because I think that this would cast a shadow over there.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. And then the bottom of the hand, the palm would probably be more in shadow.
Uh-huh.
But now one of the reasons you're picking up on all this so fast is because you're a natural analyst. I mean, some people analyze, this is where it really gets funny. My mom had me read a book on this once, but because she's a psychologist, that the brain analyzes. You don't only analyze with the analytical side of your brain, you also analyze with the emotional side of your brain. And it's interesting. It's interesting. So think about that. I'm just reinforcing some of the shadows on the leg a little bit more.
Yeah, okay.
Because you don't have hardly any problems on this. It looks great. I mean, do you have any issues you're working on?
No, I thought it was very fun.
Yeah. But you're a natural analyst. I mean, it makes sense because you're a dentist, right? But
Yeah, no, I'm very left brain.
nice. You problem solved that thing really, really well done. I like the background too. Look at that. Red, yellow, blue. Da, 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 da. Nice textures.
Thank you. That was fun.
Thank you. Again, see how these are floating a little bit? Maybe a couple of midtones in there.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, real quick. All right. Thank you. And Carol, who?
O'Toole.
Carol O'Toole. Where is it? Do you have another name? I mean, another email address?
No, that's it.
Carol, there it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you were right after Carolyn. Maybe that's where I mixed up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think somebody sent you a later edition. You went up on the, yeah.
Hey, nice. Nice color right away. Nice color. Pretty darn nice values. You're hitting you got lights, good darks, good midtones. I would hit a couple, I would just pay attention to the shadows a little more. Like for instance, under here, there's a nice little shadow cast by the
leg.
Probably under here too. This all looks good. Maybe a couple, see how the
wrinkles?
Yeah, just hit a couple of those little midtones in there. Not dark.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of something in there. And the face, I might throw it in more in shadow, a little darker.
Yeah, I did darken it while we were, since I sent that to you.
Did it help?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Good. Something like that. And a shadow on the ear. This would all cast a shadow over here.
Yeah.
And then the hands.
They're not very good, yeah. I didn't
No, they're well drawn. I can see the drawing looks great. Just needs to, you need to block out your shadows.
Yeah.
Just concentrate on only shadow.
Okay.
Your lights are already there.
Okay.
But come in here and hit yourself a nice shadow in there. I can't get it perfectly with this. And you'll see that they'll come together very nicely.
Okay.
Yeah, because your drawing is solid.
Thank you.
Okay, this one too looks California scene painter like. It does. Oops, sorry. Yeah, it looks like a California scene painting. They were done. It was a movement that started in the 30s, and it went on and on and on. It didn't just stop then. It was a movement in California that went on until probably, I don't know when it stopped, maybe the 60s? I don't know. So
are these California plein air guys?
They did everything, but they would definitely do plein air, yes.
Millard Sheets, I think, certainly was a California plein air.
So just look up California scene painter.
Scene painters, okay.
Yeah, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Very, very direct, like you're doing right here. Very direct. Love it.
Thank you.
Your abstraction in your folds in your cloth here, just again, anytime you have a little, if it bothers you, and it doesn't really bother me, but if you do have something like this, just hit a little bit of a mid-tone in there once in a while.
Yeah.
That's all.
It looks like the coat of many colors.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank
you. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, that's Amy. That's something else. Okay. All right. Looks good. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
I'll get that over to you.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And thank you all very much for the chat too. There, I see the facts in there. Excellent. Thank you. All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Have a great day.